1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. TOM, teachers of my eye. Who am I today? The scribe, been forever, but the name changes with the times. I come from a place where space is home. I go into realms where your face is gone. A change gon' come. As a teen, hypnotized deep in a sleep, party and slumber. 11 life path number, a life of death that's rebirth. Recall realities to reemerge. Soul purge. I'll lend you frequency like loan words. Before I teach, I'll spit a poem first. Step on stage, set the stage, Kyle walking. Set ablaze, divine fire. The body is divine attire, sewn from words. Sound frequency, awakening dreams. Don't pinch me every day I wake up. It's a home birth. Start from zero to become the heroes. Cycles of time causes expansion of mind. Potential is exponential. Gain XP, what your power made of. I've had to face self, face to fate, a double fate. What will I make of the present? I'm just trying to pet heaven. Twice great, 2 arms up is none to wave. It's nothing to wave. God separate the waters from the waters. Genesis 1 and 6. See, that source is thousands of years prior to a Bible even existing. It's called the pet word for heaven. Watchers of noon, primordial, pre-ordered, bringing order in order. Its law the scales will represent. A double gift, read present, Ray is present. Ra, amen to the God inside. The crown will glow as consciousness grows. So what assignment are you on? Doubles. Bodies from walking. I do my best to do my best. Lead with the left, heart out my chest. By a step out of the flesh. On my crown is the Nemez, Corona shining. I do my best to do my best. Lead with the left, heart out my chest. By a step out of the flesh. On my crown is the Nemez, Corona shining. Serpent mind winding in alignment. Straight from Orion, the origins. Dig into the root, Kim originals, the oracle speaking. Your aura is gleaming. The sons of God, Amen Ra. Who can't afford a reason to fall below your own means, meaning reaching beyond the firmament ceiling. I see linguistics tricking us deep into sleeping. The way we live inception, I must be dreaming. Doubles, double L, square root, mirrors, reverse the image. My grip is slipping. Almost forgot the point of the mission. Statement, point out all the contradictions. Blatant, truth lives where my eye is foundation. Yeah. Co-founded a nation, dictionary, study, spells can be scary. Etymology, this here is completion. Cycle circles, dualism, wisdom. I peddle flowers. 2 eyes are watching to see through the double realm I'm healing. Never out of what's within him. Infinite reasons, just like my brother Arcad. Always remain calm against demons. Death culture, to be alive here, it's a lie here. They crossed us into thinking that death isn't living. The lies are falling through my palms, arm wide, holes in my hand. The Pope's in command, I demand the throne back. Ancient teachings, I'm a throwback. Picture that, see this moment here is Kodak. So black, I see through lies. Why they hold that? Ocean motions, I'm flowing through noon in the boats of consciousness. My tongue is rolling, planting seeds, sowing, knee of speaking, untangled quantum DNA, spitting frequencies. I hear Christians scream hallelujah, and this ain't that the name of God is God. I must bring the order back, the scales are tipping. In the court of Allah, moonshine, Tahuti is Yah. This here is Patah, bulldozing, the one chosen. Focus, when the light hits you, just open like lotus. Melt your mind when in mind time is frozen. Blow minds, my mind is golden. Coat me in gold, I've got a gold coat round me like I'm Tutankhamun. Like his, when you spell my name, put 3 lines in. Scribe, presenting the law's findings. Who's he? I me, an echo of Tehuti. Yes, I do my best to do my best. Lead with the left, heart out my chest. By step out of the flesh. On my crown is the Nemez, Corona shining. We do our best to do our best.
this is the whole purpose of actually doing the Midnighter class on the Purim Haru, was to get everybody in the mind state of HEKA, because the Purim Haru is a book of HEKA. It's a book of magic. It's a book of immortality, out-of-body experiences. It's a book of several spells. It is all about the other realm and its connection to this realm and how you can merge the two. So I just never allowed the questions of actual ritual or magical practice other than the one-on-one. You'll see it looks like a sieve. Everybody know what a sieve is?
No.
A sieve is like a strainer. You can pour rice on it and only the water will go through, or you separate. It's like a screen. You pour something on it and it separates things. Thinner aspects can go through the K. Today's equivalent is a K or a Q. So we have Kes, which is bone, body, skeleton. The inner part of you that actually produces the blood within the bone marrow. So it's flesh and blood, which is bones, which is the Kes. So here, Kes ties in again is homage. Kes. Whether it's spelled like that or spelled like any of the other 20 ways that the beautiful thing with a man. Where this came from, and how Venus associates with an actual shining planet, and how that became the Lucifer of Christianity, which is the Luic cipher, the encircled light, which at sometimes can be Venus, and sometimes can be the Kenti was the royal area of the beginnings. That's where the modern day Greek historians say that men came. That when they went and talked to the so-called Ethiopians, they said that that Kemet was an area reestablished.
There is no spoon.
SCRIBAL Sessions Volume 1. For the record. Open your eye in alignment with time and you'll see the truth like it's a physical thing. From the darkness I arise, so it's not a surprise when you learn of the light that I bring. As above, so below, I find a rhythm and flow as I grow with the pendulum swing. This is the matrix where everyone's faking they sleep here in life while we wake up in dreams. Shedding the skin like a serpent, this work makes it worth it. Attaining a purpose while searching internal, examine what all is in me. Most will not make it there, so can I take it? Reality shaking, you've seen what I've seen. Reap what you sow, with the weavers of speech, achievers, and this is the read 'em and weed 'em. You cannot read them, vibrations that none of them speak. Walk a metal netter, light is feather is heavy to learn that your will isn't free. Natural willing, I continue to lead with my ebas. I'm sweeping my consciousness clean. Training in realms that are unseen. My aura is summons set fire to all of the fiends. Stand on my octets is all seeing. I we supply 93, that means we are supreme. Healing through tones on my senses, connecting and this year. Wealthy is health, this is green. This is illusion, reality veiled in delusion. Thoughts become intrusive, it's foolish to not know by now that it ain't what it seems. This is way more than belief. I see clearly the lies. My six senses of sight are hypnotized. No wonder everyone sleeps. It's time to set off the alarm. The performance of form. Don't you know you're a star? God in human form and you rise with the beast. More than man. Bread in my hand, that's the Lord in hand. Heard what I said, Lord, live in the man. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. We ain't the same man. Record keeper. Seeing the state of the planet, the damage, the famine expanding beyond your belief. I see they landed, they've handed the people a cannon and aiming it right at your feet. Blowing a hole where you're standing, creating the panic. The tactical planning is deep. Teaching you're only a man and that God is in heaven, the seventh outside of your reach. If you're the question, they'll call you a manic, frantic, erratic, depression, demonic. When you're teaching through the magical speech, they'll call you serpent, the one in the garden. Pardon my knowledge for having the knowledge and prowess to see. He really told the truth to Adam and Eve. You'll have to think between good and evil if you eat of the fruit of the tree. Now you're a god, open your eye, cleansing yourself so that now you can see. They stole the stories and twisted them like it's a spliff. They put the fire to leaf, I put the fire to speech. I put the fire to heat. We don't do liars and thieves, they just desire to greed. This is my record to keep, this is my throne. You cannot sit in my seat, and I command it. I give more than 10 commandments. This is the law of attraction, and we have infinite stamina. My stage is where I'm standing. This is my art, God is in me. I only keep goddesses with me. They are the magical beings, they are the holy ones, birthing the gods. We're overcoming the odds. We are the even and odd. They're in the odds, we're in the awe. Ancestors answer my prayers, forever grateful. I will forever say thank you. Inspiration to awake the sleepers. Record keeper, more than man. Bread in my hand, that's the Lord in hand. Heard what I said, Lord, live in the man. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. We ain't the same man. Record keeper, more than man. Bread in my hand, that's the Lord in hand. Heard what I said, Lord, live in the man. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. We ain't the same man. Record keeper.
You and your family health and prosperity. May your monument be established on the foundations of Maat, and may you rise and come forth as conscious light, like the divine Ra, who rise and shine forever on Maat.
I look outside in awe, I see our people double-minded. People meaning creature, don't ignore the signage. Voices lead, though flying silent. Observation with my eye open eyelid. Look outside in awe, I see our people double-minded. People meaning creature, don't ignore the signage. Voices lead, though flying silent. Observation with my eye open eyelid. I am him, king, crown, rings, Nesu, I am in. Mindset of when fighting jinns, sword, swang, samurai, I am Shem. Su, Hor, son of Heru, I am him. King, crown, rings, Nesu, I am in. Mindset of when fighting jinns, sword, swang, samurai, I am Shem. Su, Hor, son of Heru. Words powerful, HEKAU. See, prove you can feel the roots. Gone, just look up, I am proof. Breaking doors down, make some room. But I is now speaking through me and trust me.
Hotep, everyone. Peace and love. Hotep. It's on you, great brother. Menkhu, Meri, Maat. Before we get started, we can read the affirmation.
Yes.
And then we'll let great brother Menkhu greet everyone in the chat. All right. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki and Maat, Un in S, Nintet Aset and Maat, Min Hapapet and Maat, Her in Hu Kiwi, Per Ikut. I live from Maat, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Maat. Every day I advance towards Maat. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Hotep,
Right.
Hotep. Greetings, everyone. Peace and love. Welcome to the House of ATTON. We're excited about tonight's teaching and building with you all. I will introduce Atef, myself, and Ani Pata will do his introduction, and we will get into the ceremony for this evening. 1 second. Atef Rim Kim Maat is the chairman of the organization. He is also a student of the master teacher, the great Saba Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. He is the host of this weekly study group for the teachings or for the House of Aten. He is a true-hearted follower of truth based on ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. And he loves his people unconditionally. He is dedicated to Ma'at, learning the Medu Neter, and loyal to Ma'at at all times. I am Menkhu. I am a student of the master teacher Saba Tehuti and a follower of Ma'at. I am the Heb, the festivities organizer in the House of Aten. I am the leader in the cultural enlightenment and advisory and advisor and teacher. I am the developer of the Pathways of Awakening, the Pathways to Awakening. And I am a director and producer of documentaries and docuseries. I am a researcher of ancient civilizations. And I am a researcher of the knowledge of spells.
All right, to our great brother Menkhu Ara. I will be ready to come to the screen here momentarily, doing some HEKA real quick before I come to the screen. But my name is PTAH ATEN TEHUTI, and I am the scribe of the House of Aten, and many things. And today we are here to bring forth another powerful class and presentation. I'm a student of the great Saba Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra, who has bestowed my Ren upon me. Ren is the Medu Neter name for name. It's the Medu Neter word for name, and it's about the sound vibration in which you walk with and in which you carry. So we're going to get a little bit into that in this class here today. So Hotep, everyone, peace and love. Let me conclude with this HEKA that I'm doing before I come into this class with the first eye magic, HEKAU, and cleanse some eyes. Okay, so Hotep, great brother Menkhu Ara.
Hotep. Peace, peace. Well, I just want to welcome and acknowledge everyone in the chat. Peace and love to Minty Hotep. Great sister. Hope you're doing well. Glad to see you're here. That was really a powerful Saba and his teachings, how he shared the synchronicity with the prayer and the spider. That was extremely powerful. So Hennu to you for all that you do for our master teacher Saba Tehuti and the House of Aten, and being in alignment with the ancestors. Hotep to Lisa, Tua for being here. Great sister. One day you will come to the panel and we will get to meet you, get to hear your tones. Greetings to you. Nook Poo Nook. Peace, great brother Nook Poo Nook. Hope you're doing well. We definitely need you to come to the panel more, great brother, where we can build with you and hear your tones as well. Angela out the gates is here. To a great sister. We're so happy that you are here. Tua for your consistency. Tua to all of you for your consistency. Very powerful community that we are building. Peace to stranger. How you doing, great brother? Hope that you are well, and hope to see you too. Come to the panel. To all of you for being very active in the chat. Hotep to Golden Eye. Tua for the Medu in the chat. Hotep to Gabriela Lopez. Tua to you, great sister, for all that you do. Tua for being here today. Nukunuk, Tua for this great memory. Oh my God, that's time goes so fast, but then at the same time seems like some memories seem just like yesterday. So Tua for this, because me getting my REN, I will forever be changed and forever grateful to the ancestors for bringing me here, and for allowing me to definitely meet the master teacher Saba Tehuti. So Tua to you for watching that vid and sharing that great memory with us. Yeah, I'm a very curious person, very adventurous, and definitely an explorer. So that's pretty powerful. I had that question, and then it manifested. I wrote something down yesterday that was really profound. I heard someone say, I'm gonna share it with you guys. Let me just look at it and find it. I'm gonna share it with you. I should know it without having to look at it, but I'm gonna just find it so I'm accurate. This person was talking about finding the vibration before it manifests, and then once it manifests, to keep focusing on it. And I can definitely say that that is something I experience a lot. And it's really powerful in the midst of my day. I heard this thing, and I'm not sure if it's true, but I think I read something that said we have up to 30 to 50,000 thoughts in a day. And if that is true, you know, there's that, right? And then for the people who are in alignment and have these different spiritual gifts, and for the people that can hear from the ancestors, we are just simultaneously like processing a lot, right? Because we have thoughts, right? And then we have our feelings, we have our emotions, we have things that come in from all different kinds of places, right? And then we have things that come from the ancestors, right? And then some of us are aware that we have the 4 C's, and some of us are prophets, and some of us are seers. And so I think it's really powerful to me kind of developing in a place to kind of being better at sensing where things are coming from. When these vibration comes in and these messages come in before they manifest, and then when they manifest, it's like, oh, that's what that was. That happens to me a lot. So maybe, I don't know, maybe that sounded unfamiliar to all of you, but for those who can relate, we should definitely talk about that, because that is a big part of my reality. HENNUTAWY, Primordial Thought 9. Tua to you, great brother, for all that you're doing. The House of ATTON, is beautiful to see your growth. We are looking forward to your presentation and your teaching And we're so excited to welcome you into our teaching family, great brother. So Hennu to you, Tua, for being here and being a great moderator or moderator. Hotep to Seshayet. I hope I said your name right. Tua to you, welcome. Happy to see that you're here. And I was really moved by your medu last night in Saba Tehuti's pod class, and just sharing your desire and your passion for Maat. Some very powerful words. So Hennu to you for that, great sister. MKD podcast. Who was that? Hennu to you, great brother. Welcome. I'd like to know a little bit more about you, who you are. So welcome. If you've been here before, forgive me for not remembering who you are. This is your first time. Welcome, and Hennu. Safek. Peace to you, great brother. Hennu, and Kes to you for joining the panel last night or earlier today. Tehuti podcast, always great to hear your tones and to see you share your wonderful mind and your heart. So Hennu to you, great brother, welcome. Today we should definitely have more people to the panel today. I believe with what Ani Pata is going to bring to us all, maybe you all will be encouraged to come and speak on the panel after he teaches. Hotep to Anu, welcome. Great brother, always a pleasure to see you active in the chat and coming to the panel to share your tones. And it was so powerful to see you teach and present. Definitely looking forward to more of what's to come from you, great brother. Hennu to you, Antu, for all that you do, and loving everything that is happening with the social media information that you all are sharing with the world. Very powerful. It's great to be able to go into that realm and just have a presence there in a very significant way. So Hennu to you. Neferkeperet, Hennu to you, great sister, for all that you do as well with social media and being a great partner to Ani Pata. So Tua for being here. Looking forward to a great teaching today from Ani Pata. And yeah, that's everyone. Hope you all are excited about what's about to take place.
Push the button. Come on.
Everyone hit that like button. Hit that like button. Hit that share button. Let me see. Let me pin the link to the top of the chat that our great moderator put. All right, there we go. It is pinned to the top. Primordial Thought 9 with the support links for the House of Aten. Okay, and so of course we have wonderful supporters. So I want to show and go through and show some of the support that we received prior to this class, or from us actually going live. So let me pull these up for you all. Okay, and I will share my screen. And we'll start with the good brother, Nookpoo, who sends in 333 for Uncle Jasaneb, Karu Per Aten, Shimsu, Natiru, Hotep, Meri, Ku. And then he sends in another 333 for First Eye Magic, HEKAU, Hotep, Meri, Ku, Maat, with 3 eyes there. And then he sends in a third one who says, Hotep, Meri, Ku, Natiru, Maat, Heru, HEKAU, Karu Per Aten, Maat. Tua, great brother Nookpoo, for your consistent support as well. Fantastic Kerr of the House of Aten. We truly appreciate your aku that you bring forth, and all of the Medu as well. And I have your request. It is next in line that I will put in my classes. So Tua, great brother Nookpoo, I know you're looking forward to that. So you can expect some Moldavite information within the next Scribal session, number 7. So Tua, great brother, for your support that you provide. Hotep to Nookpoo. All right, next we have Oxafek, who sends in 2072 for Hennu Per Aten. Hennu to the great brother Oxafek. Hennu to the great brother Oxafek, who is very consistent and in all ways. So we Hennu you for consistently showing that you are walking in Ma'at and applying the teachings, and we appreciate everything that you do. And he is also a member here on the actual YouTube as well. So shout out to you, Oxafek, for that. All right, next we have the great moderator, Primordial Thought 9, who sends in 15 for support. I already know how you get down, Ani. Hotep, great brother, Primordial Thought 9. The excellent moderator of the House of Aten, Hennu to you, great brother. Tua, for your consistency and all that you are doing as well, and for leading by example, great brother. So Tua, Hennu to you. All right, and let's show SESHIONS, who sends in 17 for Tua Ishin with a heart, a 100 emoji, a flex, a brain, a snake, a spider, a top hat, and a crystal ball. Hotep, Tua SESHIONS, again, another wonderful sister of the Kuru of the House of Aten, and you definitely lead by example and showing on how important Ma'at means to you, and allowing yourself to always make sure that you're in the classes, you're on the panels. So Tua and Hennu to you, SESHIONS, for doing that. All right. And so for those who are who are watching, and those who may be watching on the playback, this is how you support the House of Aten, through Cash App or PayPal. If you appreciate any information that we bring forth, let us know. We put our lives into this. So Maat is about reciprocity and keeping the scales balanced. So Tuwa and Hennu, and as you see, all the great members support. So Tuwa and Hennu to everyone who does that consistently. All right. So this is how you join the YouTube membership. Right next to the subscribe button, there's a button that says join. And make sure everyone, when you're subscribed, you hit the notification bell and make sure that it's set to all, so you always get our notifications when we post a video or when we go live. That's very important. So you can hit join to also support us by becoming a member on the YouTube. As you see, Minty Hotep here, SESHIONS here, Nefer Keperet here as well. The great brother Oxafek. Saw Lisa in here earlier. Yes, peace to you, Lisa. So all of the great, wonderful supporters of the House of Aten on the YouTube membership. This is how you do it, by hitting that join button. So Tuwa for everyone who is supporting. We also have a Discord community, which that link is in the bio. It's a wonderful thing. So we also have monthly meetings for the Discord, and we have one coming up this coming up week. So be sure you all are tuned in on the Discord for everyone who is making their presence known there, because it's just a beautiful place where we can come in and document all the things that you keep track of, that you keep record of. Post them in the Discord, start the communication, and keep the communication flowing throughout the week in between the classes, so we can maintain that connectivity with one another. So Tuwa and Hennu for that. Also, make sure that you're following us on Rumble. We're streaming simultaneously to Rumble, so Hotep and Hennu to everyone who's watching us on Rumble and who supports us over there. It is our backup platform, so if anything happens to the YouTube, we have Rumble, because YouTube is far more restrictive than Rumble is. So anytime that we may have to cut certain things out, it'll always be full-fledged on Rumble. We won't have to cut anything out there. So Hennu, and make sure that you follow us on Rumble as well. All right. Okay, so this is First Eye Magic HEKAU, presented by PTAH ATEN TEHUTI. Great brother Menkhu, Rob, Meri, Maat, if you have anything that you want to speak on before I go in, we'll give you a little time, and if not, then just give me a few moments and I'll be ready.
Hotep, great brother. Yes. Looking forward to our next Discord meeting so that we could build. Looking forward to our master teacher, Saba Tehuti, and the Turts and the team to continue to allow me to serve and do what's necessary for our next pathways to awakening. Looking for the green light and for energy just to move at the correct timing. Beautiful thing, wonderful things are happening. I want to send peace and love, power and protection to Atef from Kim as he is traveling with his beautiful family. Sending powerful HEKAU to Ani Patah as he prepares to present us what all we need in our growth and our developments as we continue to step out of the matrix and step into Maat. Yeah, I'm very excited. It's a very interesting time. in my life and in the world and in the HOA. Very excited, feeling very encouraged about what's coming next. Like Ani Patah said last night, there's a HEKAU happen around us all the time. And so hopefully with this first Magick HEKAU, you will see more than you've ever seen before. And also looking forward to, I believe, hopefully I'll get this right. Is it primordial vision that we are going to experience in the near future? From our moderator, Primordial Thought 9. So maybe something's happening with all of our vision in this near future. So just looking forward to building, looking forward to learning, and I feel very, very grateful that I'm here and that the ancestors led me to this path. So when Ani Patah is ready, we will welcome him with open arms. Definitely hit that like button. Everyone that is in the chat, and as you come in, there's 18 people watching and only 6 likes so far. So let's get the likes up. Get your pens and paper and take notes. Open up your card, your bars, and the other aspects of yourself so you can take in this wonderful, wonderful Meru.
All right, yes, and we have 2 more supports I want to show that I missed, so I definitely want to make sure that I show those. And then we will get started. Okay, 3 more. To Hennu, to all the great Meru, the House of ATTON. All right, let me share screen and show the great consistent brother, Robert E. Williams, who sends in 2072 for Comedic Stele readings, the great Atef Rem Kim Maat. To our Robert Williams, we truly appreciate you and your consistency. And you know, it's a beautiful thing to see brothers who just consistently support the teachings, because we're all here to learn. So Tua and Hennu for that. All right, next we have Minty Hotep, who sends in 1111 for March membership, Hennu, House of ATTON. All right, Hotep, Minty Hotep, the offerer of light. So Tua for everything that you are doing as well. She's the one who does all the timestamps for the House of ATTON. So we truly appreciate you and want to make sure you know and feel how much you are appreciated for that. It truly helps everyone who comes after the lives and facilitate through the teaching. So it's a wonderful thing. So Tua, Minty Hotep. All right, and next we have Nito Campbell, who sends in $9 for peace, everyone. The great, consistent one. Yes, to Nito Campbell, who supports every class and makes sure that that we know that he appreciates the teachings. So Tua and Hennu for your consistency, great brother Nito Campbell. who is Guano Trending in the chat room. All right, and next we have Raw Minerals, who sends in 972, who is the great brother Nahum for WDJT or Upesha Hati. Hennu, great brother, Tua for your support here and for letting us know that you truly appreciate, the teachings. So Tua and Hennu to you, and Hennu for coming on the panel on the pod class and letting everyone see you and hear your progress. So Tua, great brother, Upesha Hati, we appreciate you. All right. Hennu to all the great Meru and all of the great Kuru of the House of Aten. Make sure. Okay, there we go. Kuru. Hennu to you all. All right, and before I get started, I'm going to play the tones from my album, my EP, SCRIBAL Sessions Volume 1. For those who are listening to the songs on the intro and you want to know where to find those, you can find them also in the link on my SoundCloud, /Scribe. Don't forget the 3 I's. So let me play this to set the tone.
Trinity soliloquy. A path less taken, no one sits adjacent. Stand on your square was before the Masons. See how 3 3s control just like the degree. Flow fire. 3-2 is the point where you froze. Eyes closed, yet I can still see. Show actions alongside your speech. Spoke words of magic to unwind what's happened. Alighted in angled ones with slight curves. The nerve of them to think they could use my magic on me. I'm consciousness of the original land of the Trinity. Kemet. Maat is the owl of sight. What's dark to you is light to me. All I see are 3s. I lift veils like my child is a bride to be. Triangles not yet explored. Lead with left. Right is flat on the floor. 90 degrees. V's. Ascension up. Scale. Lean on lines like Google activist. Hennu was original black fist. Res erection. Hennu is also the phallus. I point out and spit life into the womb. Portals, that's the first matrix. Mother goddesses give praises. Vision acute for the ones obtuse. Appoint me to the source of anointing. Apply oil under spells when raising a Bible. Just go spell. Numbers creating angles, geometric language. Travel up ladders with these letters. Gematria. These words aren't adding up for the better. Chanting in mirrors. Ua, sin, Kemet. 1, 2, 3. This art has no limit. No cap, don't need a degree. This is a collage of knowledge applied. But I guess it's dumb to be wise and speak. Freemason is 9-6. That's 15. 1 plus 5 is 6. That's 3-3. Sex, hex. They have them thinking a man was supposed to bleed for your life to be eternal. Please wake up and rise. Res, God is within thee. This isn't belief. Menstrual moon cycles. Yah is the name of Tehuti. ABCs. The alpha beta has them in a spell that they can't see. Silent K's. G's disappear with no knowledge. They hide their hands, rock, stone, and trees. The illusion is that they feel free. Feel free.
Feel free. Let's get into it. Hotep Hennu Ma'akaru to the House of Aten, to all the great people. So let's get started. Let's get into this HEKAU. All right, so let me go ahead and share my screen here. so you all can begin to traverse with me. Okay, let me. All right. Let me get my tones right. Here we go. Okay. Hotep and Hennu. All right. Welcome to First Eye Magic. HEKAU. Okay. So this is how I begin my presentations. So we're going to start from the heavenly realms of Nut, and as we traverse, we're going to take the magic that sources from here and collect it and bring it down to here within our fleshly bodies, here as we are living out this existence on the planet. Okay, so this is how I am starting us off. And this image right here in the background, this is an image taken from the James Webb Telescope. If you are not familiar with the James Webb Telescope, definitely look into it. There are some absolutely beautiful images being created from this camera here. So here we have the Great Mother Nut right here in Pet as the heavens. Okay. As you see here. All right. This is First Eye Magic HEKAU. Scribal session number 6. Welcome to PTAH ATEN TEHUTI Scribal Sessions Class 6. I will begin this class with the ending of Scribal Sessions Class number 2, Observing Reality. So for those of you who have been keeping up with my Scribal sessions, this was class number 2, Observing Reality. And how I concluded that class is where I will pick up from here. houseofaten.org. I titled this class First Eye Magic and not Third Eye Magic for a very specific reason. I did not use this because I like the way that it sounds. No, I echo what the great ancestors said. It is the followers of Maat who introduced and taught about the first eye. To my knowledge, the House of Aten is the only place on the planet that has ever showed the ancient source for what today people calling the third eye is really the first. If anyone else has ever showed an ancient source of what people today call the third eye, what Saba Tehuti gave everyone a name to call it by, which is Ma'at Heru, that actually being the first eye. I would love to see that. So let me take you to the Chantress of Amun, mistress of the house, chief of the harem of Amun, the flautist of Mut, the god's mother of Khonsu, HENNUTAWY, and her DUAT papyrus. And here is HENNUTAWY. Here's her name right here. And you see the Tawi and the Hennu. And this is her name and some of her epithets. The Chantress of Amun here. So let's look at HENNUTAWY. And here she is. This is from her papyrus, the Per Imheru. Session number 25.3.29 in the Met Museum. So here you actually get an image of her. And she is also holding what is called the Bast or the Bastet, which is again is unguent. Going back into the unguent and the smell, right? And offering that to Asar here. And here is the inside of her QERES, the inside lid. And we see, let's zoom in a little bit here. We see the great lady of, let me ask in the chat. Let me see if anyone is familiar with this glyph here before I tell you. So that way you all will remember when you see this glyph and what this word is right here on top of her head, because we know the headdress is what allows one to know who this being is. So let me come back to the chat and see if you all have any idea or know who this is right here based on her headdress. And you see her you see HENNUTAWY in Ba form with the body of a hawk, and again offering incense. All right, offering incense, which is the word Ba. And you see the sun up here with the two arms coming down to embrace, and here's her name right here. Written right there. So here's a beautiful image. She's holding 4 ankhs here, and you see 2 serpents with the ankhs on their knee. Again, you see her name right here a little bit. Beautiful image here of the shoe, and you see it again right here. What's on top of her head is this right here. But you see the 2 arms going up in praise, and ka, and dua, to give adoration, with the serpent here wrapped around the arms with the ankh on the actual serpent itself. And then you also see 2 names in these blocks here. So let's get some guesses. Does anyone know who this Netert is? Who this Neteret is? This is the lady of who, right? This is the QERES. So what do we associate with the transitional process, and what direction what state do you go into, right? You see her standing on the noob, and you see HENNUTAWY here in her form of Asar as the Sahu. Beautiful, beautiful imagery here. So let's go back and see. All right. Anu says Nut, I guess. Minty says Nabet. Okay. Excellent. Or Nephet. Okay. Let's Nutku. What do you think? Who do you think? Golden Eye. I see everyone in the chat. Primordial Thought 9. Who do you all think this is? Or if you know. Antu. MKD Podcast. Stranger. Gabriella. Let's see. Who is this Netert? I know we're all familiar with Offset and the Bet Hat and Sekmet. Who is this? Neferkeperet says, I'm not sure. Okay, excellent. Give a little bit more time because I want some participation here. I want some participation. If you don't know, the best answer would be, I don't know. And so this way, the next time when you see her, you'll always know who this is now because I'm pointing her out. Two says, Nut is my guest. Minty Hotep says, it's me. Okay. Excellent. What about you, great brother Menkhu Ara? You familiar with this Netaret? Okay, there we go. MKD Podcast says Shashet. All right, excellent. Menkhu Ara says, I don't know. Wonderful. All right. Well, this glyph right here that's on top of her head is the glyph for Amen. Amentet. So she's the lady of Amentet. Here, and this is the glyph here. Right? The hidden. So going into the west. Right? And this is why the transitioned are called the Westerners. Well, you'll see it transitioned a lot today as the Westerners. And it's because when you travel after transitioning from your cot, and you travel west and into the land of Amentet. And so this is why you see it in her QERES right here, which is just another epithet. Let me show you all because I didn't even have this pulled up. But here, let me show you here. This image here, and as you see her here with this same glyph, and everyone should know who this is. It's HEKAU. So it's another form of HEKAU, the lady of Amentet, HEKAU. All right, to everyone for your participation. All right, let's keep moving. And then here you see her QERES here of HENNUTAWY. And you see the eye right here. And you see Nabet Het right here. You see, because you tell her crown. Okay. And some of her SHABTIs. That which does work for you in the Netaret. This is Magick right here. This is HEKAU right here. Okay. To everyone. So here is HENNUTAWY'S DUAT papyrus. So you'll have different papyruses in along the Nile Valley. You'll have what people call the Book of the Dead, the Per-Im-Heru, and you'll also have what is also known as the Book of the DUAT, also on papyrus. And this is what this is, which focuses on the 10th and 11th hours. These writings of the DUAT date back to the Per-He, which is what they call the tomb, but it's it's the house of He, which is eternity, because this is eternal life. All right. So we don't call them tombs. They're Per-Hes, the house of eternity, of Tahutmos I in the 16th century. This particular papyrus of HENNUTAWY dates to circa 990 to 970 BCE. So let's zoom in a little bit. All right. So we're going to focus on this right here. And here is, I'll also put another rendition just to show it on the actual walls as well. So yes, it was on papyrus and it was also on the walls. And this is from the Per-He of SETI I, KV 17. So I'll also be showing this per he a lot in here. So you see these neterts right here along the wall. And this is where I left off on observing reality with Scribal Sessions number 2. So if you want an even more complete teaching, you can take again, the Scribal Session classes. I really focus in on these in the HEKAU and how important the observation is, right? And the ability to be aware. So you can take class 2, watch that, and then this right here is just it's just an extension to go even deeper into this actual particular papyrus, because I don't really see too many people going into the DUAT teachings. And there's 12 hours, what's known as the 12 hours of the DUAT. And I'm really just focusing on the 10th hour. The 10th hour is what you'll see at the end of Scribal Sessions class 2, Observing Reality. And this is what this is. The 10th hour, the 10th and 11th hour is what you see right here on this papyrus. So let me show you the 8 neterts who precede the receiving of the eye. And so here we have the 8 neterets here in the actual facsimile and from the papyrus of HENNUTAWY here. And so you see the first one, who is Seket. Right, you see her glyph right here, the sistrum, which is Sekim or Seket. So either or, Sekim et, because the Sekmet is really just Sekim with the T, Sekim et. And so here is the first neteret here, and then Min and Kurt. Min Kurt, Hun, here's the Hun and the Heh, and then here's the Hobble, which is the Th. Right here, 2 of them. So Hun Theheth. And then we have Usir, which you see which each of them is holding in their arms, in their hands here. They're holding the Ankh and they're holding the Usir. And here is the Usir here, which is a part of her name. Usirit. Abet Natiru S, and here's the Eb, the Abet, which is the horn, of course, which is to open up. And here's the Natiru, the Neter Axe, Abet Natiru, and here's the S. Arit, right here, the I, the T, and then the Ta, the land of the Ta, and again, the 2 hobbles, Theh. Aha, Ahati, right here. And then Th, Ma'ath, and then Ermin. So here are 8 neterets, 4 in lioness form and 4 in human form. And so let's read the Medu Netter here that's associated with these neterets. And here I have the Medu for you and the English translation. So, to these goddesses who make the reckoning of his eye for Heru in the Tuat, right? Which that of course starts here. To these neterts, the neteret here, who make the reckoning of his eye for Heru in the Tuat, the Duat here. Ra saith, make ye strong your spirits by means of your strength, and make the reckoning of his eye for Heru. Establish ye his eye for Heru, and make ye Heru to unite himself to his emanation. To his emanation, which is this right here, which is the word Tet. which is also a part of the Ma'at Heru, right? Which is this part right here. That's the tet. It means to emanate, right? Is what creates the what people call today the Fibonacci sequence. Emanation, or to that which floweth from his eye. Praise ye Heru by reason of his eye, and establish ye his first eye. And have it highlighted right here. The word establish, of course, is min, to establish. Ye, which is thin, his F, first eye here. And at first, right here is what? This word tep. And I'm sure we'll be learning a lot about tep in Menkhu Ara's class, as you know, and I'll let him get into that. But here's the word tep, which is the head right here. So it means first, that which is before. So here in the actual Medu Netter, you have min thin f tepet, the first eye. Establish ye his first eye, which is in what? It's in the hands of the netter, af Ermin Ma'at F, and utter ye your words, right? An utterance. Words on behalf of Heru, O ye who cause to come into being the becomings of created things. So here we're speaking about the actual utterance and establishment of the first eye that is in the hands of the netter af Ermin Ma'at F. And the actual utterance is the causing of allowing beings to become of created things. The work which they do in the DUAT is to utter words, which is why it's called the netter Kurt. The Kurt, which is also the same word for the great members of the house of Aten, the Kuru, because Kur is the same word for voice. And it also means to enter or to be under something. So it's the under realm and the voice realm, the Kur. And so, of course, we have here in the actual teachings of the Amduat on the walls and on the papyruses, this is the work that is being done in the Tuat, is to utter words on behalf of his eye for Heru and to cause radiant splendor. What's the word for radiant splendor? This word right here, Aket, which is the ibis or the habu bird, the bird of Tehuti. Aket, it means radiance, the radiant splendor. To proceed from it each day, right? So here we have it in the facsimile here. Min, thin, f, tepet. Establish ye his first eye. Tepi, page 828 in the Ancient Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. Tepi, which means he who is on, over, or above someone or something. He who is, or that which is preeminent, the foremost, the first, the best, the leader, the chief, captain, officer, and governor. So here we see the first, right? It's the first eye because the eye is known as the tep, the one that leads you, right? And it's in the hands of Af Ormin Ma'at F. And you see here, you see his hands extended and you see the eyes in his hands. This is the first eye right here, per what the ancestors say. Okay. And here we have it, close up for you all, both in the Amduat Papyrus of HENNUTAWY and in SETI the first per head. Hands extended with the first eye, the Tep, Maat, Heru, right here in the hands of Erdemin, Maat, F. Also Off, which means flesh. The word Off is flesh. An ape-headed associate of Tehuti. So someone who is standing in place of Tehuti, which is important because he then is an echo, because for someone to stand in place of you, you have to be appointed that from that person. So you now are a representation of that. And we know Tehuti is very widely known as the baboon, right? The ape. And here, Tehuti is protecting my flesh entirely, right? My flesh, which is Off, which is the same name for him, Off. And you see the determinative here, right here, and you see it here too. Let me see if I can zoom in some. There we go. You see it here and you see it here. So Tehuti is protecting my flesh entirely. So this whole teaching of the DUAT is literally about flesh. Why? Because Af or Afu is the carcass of the sun netzer of night, or the dead body of Ra. He has the form of a ram-headed god, and his shrine is encircled by the serpent Mehen. So Af or Afu is the actual flesh, the dead body of Ra. I'm not sure what principle has a flesh body, but here in the actual writings of the great ancestors, we see Af or Afu, which is the intro name, the first name of Erdemin Ari F, who is holding and giving you the first eye. Once you traverse and once the 8 Neterets cleanse you and calculate and make sure that you are worthy and you have the capacity to withhold the first eye. You have to go through the Neterets. And here you see Afu or Af right here. This is in the temple, the per head of Seti the first. Right? And you see him here, who's surrounded by the serpent Mehen. Mehen on the boat, being towed, being pulled through the DUAT. Afu Ra is the dead body of Ra, in which in the Tuat you are. Tehuti protects this aspect of you, which is also why Af Armin Ari F provides the eye. The one who provides you the first eye, right? It being first is the one who sees prior to these two eyes that you have within your head. So you're able to see prior to actually incarnating into a fleshly body. So that's very important to know. Having this will assist you in your dream state, in your upesh state, which is the word for dream, or rezi, which rezi means to rise, and it also means to wake up. And why in the Medu words for dream has the glyph of an eye, because it actually means to wake up. It's not dream in the English, which takes you back to lie. It's a lie. And hypno, which means to be asleep. So that's the difference between the matrix here and the original matrix of Maat, is when we spoke and we taught about dreams, even the sound vibrations that we use, res or rezi, was to actually wake up. Upesh, which means to open, it's the opener, to open up, to be able to stay awake when your body is asleep. And so this is the importance of the I and why Af-Ormin Ma'at or Adi F hands you the first I in the 10th hour. The 10th, which is the word met or medu, which means words, to speak. The medu netur, the words of the netiru. That's 10. It's met, which is also the glyph for the erected phallus, and it means to procreate, to create something. So this is all what's happening and transitioning through the 10th hour of the Amduat when you go through and you have the 8 neterts, who are forms of Seket or Sekmet, the fiery one of the eye. So it's very powerful. So let's keep moving. It is an epithet of Tehuti who gives one in the Tuat the eye only after the feminine neterts reckon your eye for Heru. Right? After they reckon your eye. So when we go back here, right here, to these neterets who make the reckoning. So it's the 8 neterets who are making the reckoning for his eye in the Tuat. So what does this word reckoning mean? Right? It's the neterts who reckon you. And reckon here, enumerate, to count up, name one by one. To relate, to recount, to make calculations. So they're calculating. From Old English, Gerasinian, to explain, to relate, to recount, to arrange in order, to place within Ma'at. Ma'at is order. It's what's established under Isfet to put things in order. And it happens through calculation, by counting, all the way going to reg, the pi root reg, meaning to move in a straight line, which is Ma'at. Ma'at means to move in a straight line, to go directly to your destination. And so that's what you see happening as they're pulling, they're moving in a straight line. Right? So this is what the 8 neterets are doing. They're reckoning you to make sure that you are moving in a straight line by using calculations, by using mathematics. Right? And then once you are calculated, you then are established the I. So for one to be able to calculate through to receive and give the I, that means you too must be able to have that same I to make those calculations, to decide whether or not one, it has the capacity to hold that thing. Right? So we know the neterts are a very important process, and I'm going to show and go deeper into why that is. Okay, so reg, to move in a straight line, with derivatives meaning to direct in a straight line, thus to lead, to rule. So again, to lead and to rule. We see the neterets having to calculate to determine if one has the capacity to hold the WADJET, which is the actual word for the eye. It's the word for the eye, the WADJET, that you see Af-Ormin Ma'at or Adi F holding and given to you once the 8 neterets reckon you. And so this is the WADJET, the uninjured, right? The clean, the healthy, the eye of Heru, source of notion of measures of capacity, used of eye of Ra. And you see the 6 senses: smell, sight, thought, hearing, taste, and touch. all created, put together to create the I itself. So back to what? Back to calculations, back to reckoning, because these are fractions, mathematic calculations of the different senses that you have to calculate and measure a decision, right? So this is very deep. This is so very important when it comes to knowing HEKAU and why it's an epithet of Tehuti who's giving the I, which Tehuti is, everyone knows, is the netter of Magick, right? The netter of words of power, of HEKAU. So why is it in the DUAT of the 10th hour of the Met, an epithet or an associate of Tehuti is the one who is giving you the first I, right? And what this is the calculations, and the calculations that happen prior to you even being able to receive this, because this is what you have to, when you are able to make calculations through the different senses, right? When you're able to utilize your smell, your thought, your hearing, your taste, and your touch alongside your sight, all of those together give you a whole nother range of vision. And when you have that, the HEKAU becomes instantaneous, especially when you're in a healed state, uninjured, to measure the capacity, which is what the 8 Neterets are doing, measuring your capacity, to determine if one can lead or rule, right? Because that's what reckon means. It goes back to reg, which means to lead or to rule. And here is rule in etymology: principle of maxims governing conduct, a formula to which conduct must be conformed, right? A principle or maxim of governing conduct. So rules, of course, deal with conduct. From Latin regula, straight stick, bar, or ruler, right? What most of us know of, a ruler. You see right here, a ruler. From pi root, same word as reckon. Reckon and rule have the same root word, reg, which means to move in a straight line, with derivatives meaning to direct in a straight line, thus to lead to rule. Again, to be able to reckon, to calculate, to determine if one can lead and one can rule. Because to be able to rule, you must be able to take appropriate measure, which creates the word for meditate. Meditate means to take appropriate measure, which then means to think. And people have the misconception thinking meditation is to stop thinking. It's actually the opposite. It actually means to think. So the thought allows you to take appropriate measure, to rule. And so lead, to be a lead, which means you must be able to guide. Cause to go with oneself, march at the head of, because we're dealing with the tep, right? The tep Maat, the first I. To lead, go before a guide, accompany, and show the way. To carry on, to sprout forth, to bring forth. To travel. To travel from pi to go, lead to go forth. So again, it's the calculations that one is able to make to be able to move in a straight line while going forward. That's per. The per im haru of coming forth to go forward by heru, by light. And so this is very important, and the ability to always make sure that one is moving forward, is always in a motion, moving forward in ma'ah, which is Ma'at. By following Ma'at, because Ma'at also means to guide, which is what lead is. Ma'at is the lead. Literally, Ma'at, which is the same word for the eye, means to lead. So to make the right calculations, to take appropriate measure through your thoughts, which is the sixth sense of the WADJET, to move forward in a straight line to get directly to where you want to go. By having your eyes cleansed, which is all of your senses. And so per, which means to come forth, is the actual etymology of the word fear. If you look up etymology of fear, it'll take you back to per. And it means to move forward. Because that's what we always done. That's what we taught. When we know of what's to come, right? We know about a pep. We know about isfet. But we did everything that we were supposed to do to align ourselves, to protect ourselves, to learn, right? The HEKAU. To learn what the HEKAU is so that we can actually utilize it properly and effectively. So we can come forth by light. So now today, everyone is scared of death. People are completely full of fear when it comes to that. And it's because of what the Matrix teaches you about death, and even that word and what that even means. But we overstood that there was no death. People have a difficult time understanding that too. In different spaces, ones who are trapped within the religious dogma teachings, and thinking that when the actual body, you know, you see a SAR, you see everyone in their 10 position. Oh, you mean that they're not dead? No, that's the cot. That's just one aspect. We have 8 other aspects, and then we rejoin with that. And as you see in the DUAT, it's the actual flesh. It's another body. Which is why the word for death is mut, which is mother. It's just a rebirth. The consciousness continues to exist. You're still alive, which is why we also teach about breath in the Netzerkert. And you can go back to my 9 aspects of eternal life class, the first one, 9 aspects of eternal life. And I teach about how we taught about breath in the Netzerkert and what that is. So, per, to come forth, is what creates the word fear. And so when we understand that, when anytime there's a fear right there, it should take you, this teaching should take you right back to the actual etymology, which means per, and it means to come forth. And you are the one coming forth as what? Conscious light is what we say in the affirmation. I'm surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light to move forward. So anytime anyone is ever in a position of fear, just understand that fear just means per, and we walk right through it. It doesn't stop us or hinder us or slow us down from getting to our destination, because we're Ma'at. We're moving in a straight line in Ma'at and getting to exactly where we're going, which is a land of completion, a land of light. Okay. So the WADJET is a magical symbol that deals with calculations so that one can measure your decisions to be able to move forth in a straight line. This is leadership, which then is, of course, the same word for lead, a heavy metal. Germanic, lauda. Middle Dutch loot, Dutch lude, lead. German lot, a weight and a plummet. Uh-oh. A word of uncertain origin. The name in the skill is using the metal, seem to have borrowed from the Celts. Compare Old Irish luaid. So lead. Lead. The pencil. So lead and lead is the same word. Why is that? Why would the ones who put together this language here make lead the same word and spell it the same word as lead, meaning the actual element? And it also meaning a weight and a plummet, which in German means weight or plummet, which is the tech. Plummet, the little weight, which served as the tongue of the scales. The tongue of the scales. So the actual plummet that's used to, right here, that's actually used to make sure that these scales are always balanced, is the tongue. Why would it be called the tongue of the scales? Because of the speech and how important the speech is. The HEKAU, the words of power. The tongue, which is the Nes, which is fire, and then creates the Nesut Biti, the word for the Par-ii, or the Pharaoh, the king of Upper and Lower Kemet. The Nesut means the fiery tongue. And then another word that Nes creates is throne. And I'll show that a little later. I think I didn't point it out, but Nes also means throne. So it's not just Ost or Set, which is throne. It also is Nes or nest, because by the tongue, I create my throne. So this is the actual plummet that makes sure that you stay in balance. So use your HEKAU wisely. Which is, guess who? Tech, which is the ibis, the crane, Teki, which is a title of Tehuti as regulator of times and seasons. Teki, the god of the first month. Tehuti, Teket, the goddess of the first month, because of course there's balance and duality. So the same word that's used to balance and be the tongue of the scales is the name of Tehuti, who is Teki, which is also the name of the first month. Yes, Tehuti, who is the just judge of measuring one's Ebe. He is also the lead, the first month of the year in the Akhet season. So of course, Tehuti or Teki would be the name of the first month as the lead from the lead of the Akhet season, which is the inundation season. The scribe of the Natiru. What is the main element today used for writing? Of course, meaning graphite in a pencil. It's from 1816 pencil. Black lead was an old name for graphite, hence lead pencil. 1680s, and the colloquial figurative phrase to have lead in one's pencil, to be possessed of, especially male sexual vigor. What? Attested by 1902, white lead was an old name for tin. So pencil, which of course is lead, is the same word for lead. And Tehuti being Teki, being the lead month. And he also is the leader of the KHNUM, the 8 companies, which then again ties back into the 4 cardinal points, and then given another 4 aspect of the feminine and masculine. So it's the 8 points, which is HEKAU. And for those of you who was in Saba Tehuti's pod class, got a little bit on the 8. And Tehuti is the leader, is the head of the 8 So Tehu, which is lead. The word for lead in the Medu Neter is Tehu or Tehu. Another name for Tehuti. Right? So you see, this is just the actual root word of Dahuti. It's Dahu or Dehi. And you see Tehuti here, the Neter Tehuti. His name means lead. So again, remember, this is Afu or Af-Erdmin Ma'at F, an associate of Tehuti, giving you the first eye. Once the 8 Neterets reckon and calculate that you have the measures of capacity to be given the first eye. So we're going to continue to keep moving. And you see pencil here, pencil to be possessed of, especially male sexual vigor. How is pencil associated with male sexual vigor? So another name for Tehuti here is Tehi, Tahu, Tahuti, which is lead. So his name actually means lead. The ibis god, the scribe of the gods. Tehuti, the magician. What's this magician? Here's the He and Ka. Ah. And then the swirl of emanation, U, which makes something plural, because you start with a singularity and then you emanate out and then it becomes plural. That's the U, the HEKAU. It's words, sound vibration, which is magic in itself. So when they take the HEKAU and they put it in your English language, it then becomes the hexa. The hexa, which is the negative spell, right? The hexa, which is the negativity, the hexes, because they want to take away, and they have the power of your ability to be able to use your tongue and use your speech to create. Now, whenever you associate magic with words or sounds, it's associated with spell and hex, which then, of course, because of the Bible writings and the creators of this matrix understanding that everyone can't have the ability to produce Heka, because then you can no longer be controlled in that way. You then create your own reality. So the Heka is now the hexa, which is the hex, which is the 6. And 6 never was a negative number to us. It's how are all the numbers great, right? People today say these angel numbers. Oh, 111, it's an angel number. 222, 77. As soon as you see 666, oh, that's the devil speaking to me. That's a spell. That's a negative one, because that wasn't what we taught, because we have a metadata word for 6, which is seis, but that's a whole nother class. But this is the Heka, and it's the hexa, and we have to get over that wall that the false matrix has put in front of us to remove our power and understanding that what we speak is what we create. So then the language that people speak today is complete isfat, and it's done that way on purpose because they understand this. They understood Tehuti. So when the Greeks understood it, this is why the Hermes Trismegistus, and it goes into that, and then the Hermetica. And for those who have seen, well, everyone got a double header Emerald Tablet class, one from Saba Tehuti's podcast and one that I posted here on the House of Aten to show. And there's much more I want to show when it comes to the Hermetica and go back into the origin of that 200, 300 BCE and show, you know, why people always attribute this information to them. But This is something that we studied and taught and implemented for thousands of years and was implemented in our stories. So this is Tehuti. This is the magician. This is HEKAU. This is the words of power, of light. Because Heka is Aku. So use your words to create. Use your words to destroy Isfet, to create more space for that which is abundant to you. And by being able to have the WADJET, you're able to truly calculate what should be removed and what should be attained, what words to use in what space, what senses to bring forward, what senses to remove back, to make sure that you are always moving in a straight line to get directly to where you're going. By being on the foundation of Maat, you're able to truly produce Heka. The beak of the ibis is the finger of the scribe. Right? From the teachings of Amenemope, since the beak of the ibis, Tehuti, is the finger of the scribe. Right? One of my favorite sayings from Amenemope, and I put it in my EP, Scribal Sessions. And for those who actually have the full project, because the one on Spotify is actually missing a song. So there's truly 13 songs, and the 10th song is called X, first person Usir. And on the 10th song, I put the my Natert. She recorded reading the teachings of Amenemope, and this was one of the parts of it. Since the beak of the ibis is the finger of the scribe, dealing with the Met, the number 10, the X, put 2 and 2 together like the letter X. Walking out the body, watch me double step. Bet you get my message before I send the text. This completion, put my arms across my chest. Magic in your faces, keep your eye open. I'll bring the light in, it's like I'm NES. Ness, the tongue, even when you're speaking, you're performing sex. Sex is 6 and 6 is hex. This is HEKAU, the hexagon, because the hexes are gone, or the hexagon. When you root in truth, Mother Goddess, because of you know we know blood is blessed. Birthing gods, living stars walking in the flesh. Affirm the all is mine, I describe the sesh. Traverse the halls, testing time, learning more is less. Lead with left, do my best to do my best. We know time will test, laying flat like it's time to rest. Laying flat like it's time to rest, or laying flat like it's time to rest. Rise. The beak of the ibis is the finger of the scribe. And so, of course, Saba Tehuti pointed this out. And in just a recent class of the index, who is a god as great as Tehuti, the one who discovered these things in order to create them? So the index, the forefinger, is the discoverer, the informer, used to discover, to inform someone, the forefinger to point out, from dick to show. See diction, right? So the diction, the words used to point out, to discover, and also to inform, to dig, which is the habu bird. It's the ibis bird digging, which is the index, because that's the finger of the scribe. It's the beak from dick. Does anyone know what the word for pencil comes from? So let me come back to the chat and ask if anyone knows where the word pencil comes from. Let me come back here and see. Let me see you all. Hotep, everyone. Does anyone know what the word pencil comes from? If you don't know, put I don't know in the chat. Yes, Aket. Graffiti, interesting. Absolutely. Two says, Hotep, great sister Minty. Hotep to all the great sisters within class tonight, learning and absorbing. Yes, Hotep to all the wonderful sisters. Anu put flames. 369. Yes, sir. Golden Eye. It's hard to break people out of the Greek matrix sometimes. Yes, it's that's the matrix, you know, it's a spell. People don't realize that they're in it. So it is a challenge, but it's not impossible. It's very possible. So Minty Hotep put flames. Okay, here we go. Maharu says Metu. Minty says Ankh. Nupu says you dig. Nefer Keperet says I don't know. Angela Gates, Le Cléon, un stylo. Pin soul. All right. Saba said it, but I can't remember. I don't know. Maybe pin or penmanship. Two, I don't know. Ox effect, pendulum dim, maybe tech. Okay. MKD podcast says I don't know. All right, wonderful. Well, I'm pretty sure you'll never forget this again, because I like to make sure we focus in, which is Sa'ak, to gather together, to focus in on something, to really truly, so it's implemented deep within the subconscious. So when we go to speak, we overstand all of this and we utilize it to create through our speech and through our finger. So the actual etymology for pencil, an artist's small, fine brush or camel hair used for painting, manuscript, illustration, an artist's paintbrush, right? Tehuti, which is lead, which lead was actually used in the ink as well. I don't know if you all know this, but the ink that was used to write, the red and black ink, there was actually lead inside of there, and it would help to bind the ink to the papyrus. So there's still lead involved in the actual ink itself. So lead in itself, absolutely. And the one who is digging, right? The index finger, the beak of the ibis is the finger of the scribe, which is the index, which is the same word for dik, to show, to point out. So pencil is tail or penis. So the actual pencil itself comes from the root word, comes from the word penis, meaning a small tail, as you see here, right here, little tail. So you understand how what you're writing and what we wrote was used to create. What you draw, this is all HEKAU. This is all sex magic that has been taken away, because if we know this, now every time we write, every time we speak, every time we draw, we're now creating our reality. So when we utilize all of that in one, you become uncontrollable. So when we have the idea to create a building, we create the blueprint, right? And people say use this today and saying, you know, vision boards. That's what they call them, vision boards. To visualize, put the things up that you want to bring forth to you. But no one truly understands why that is and the origin of how we taught that along the Nile Valley through our language, through everything that we did. So yes, pencil is penis. associating the HEKAU with biological imperative. The pencil and the penis have the same root. The beak of the ibis, which is used to dig into the ground and write magic to beget. Because what are the Egyptologists today and everyone today say, oh, this is a book of spells. All these are spells. Which of course is the spelling, which spell ultimately means to speak. When you look at the etymology of spell, it means to speak or to say. So yes, the beak of the ibis, which is used to dig or kim into the ground and write magic to beget. Beget. Middle English, begetten, begetten, to get by effort. Again, to find, to acquire, to attain, and to seize. From be plus get, the sense of procreate. So its procreation is to beget, and to beget means to dig or to find, to acquire, by effort, to get, to attain that thing. Which, yes, absolutely. Who knows? Is Kim. Who is what? Another Habu bird. Again, this is Tehuti. So this is your root of Heka. This knowing is how one is truly able to create. So here you see Met, which is the phallus, front male masculine, to procreate, to point out, which is the pencil, which then is the lead, and that which leads, the forepart, right? And Hen, procreate. Hen, which when we say Henu, praise or adoration, is Hen. It's procreation. So this is the actual root of Heka. The Met, which is the 10, is how you say 10. Which is the Deca or the Dessa, which is Dec, which goes back to the Dig, to point out the 10, the Dessa. December, which should be the 10th month. It's from the Met and procreation. So here we have Kamam or Kamamu, page 771, is the creator. And what do you see in the word Kamam? You see the triangle here, the ascending triangle that you will find Asar as with the erected phallus. And you see the digging tool here, which is just Tehuti's beak created as a tool. It's a Habu's beak created for a tool to dig, which is the word Ma'ah. Again, Ma'ah, the creator. And then Kamamat, the Kim Amet. Again, with the what's called the Putinda, the Pudinda, or the vulva, here to represent the female, which is mother or parent. So the Kim or the Kimam, to dig or to create, because the phallus is the one that's digging into the female, into the womb, to plant the seed to then beget, to procreate. So all of the actual sexual magic that's into creation and bringing forth from the seed is all inspired to create the words, which is medu, because that is what your medu is doing. You're digging into the womb of your reality that's in front of you so that you can then bring forth that which comes from your Ebe. Same with your finger. When you go to write, when you write down what you want to bring forth, take your paper, take your pencil, your lead, which is lead, which is the name of Tehu or Tehuti, and you're writing. You are then taking the penis and digging. You're literally digging and planting your seed. And through your thought, which is kat, which is the same word for vagina, you're then able to bring forth. This is HEKAU. Which takes you right back to Tehuti and the Habu, which is Kim, to find, which is the word to beget. Beget, to find, which is Kim, which is also the word for reed, the papyrus, because it's evident. We clearly put it directly in the writings. We implemented it into the language. So it's going to be consistent. And so when we truly understand this and we start to implement this, all these books and all these stories of the law of attraction and the Hermetica and the Kabbalion and the seven, the seven. I didn't even go into the seven. Again, when I put together my classes, I have an entire sketch pad, and I only use about 40 or 50% of what I have for a particular class, and why the Kabbalion uses the seven Hermetic principles. We completely are the ones who taught about the seven being associated with magic. And that can be a whole nother class I can give, and actual literal spells, literal HEKAU directions, and how it's associated with the seven. And the seven knots. So it's a very powerful thing. Kim, to find. Kim, papyrus. And Kima, which means to make, to fashion, to form, to create, and to beget. Tehuti, the one of the pen, is the bringer of the first eye. You see here, Tehuti on Arit. Tehuti on, and then Arit, earth. Tehuti as bringer of the eye of Ra. And you see, again, the epithet of Tehuti in the ape form, carrying the eye. Met Museum number 44.4.41. So with all of this that I just brought forth, you are able to cleanse your eye and know the root of why magic is associated with spell, which means to speak. And here we have Tehuti bringing forth the I. Beautiful imagery here. This is the significance of the Habu. Hab, ibis, the ibis netter, Habu, which the B and the P is the same letter. So the hop creates the word for laws, laws and regulations, the law bringer, the law, the Hab. And you see the ibis here, and you see this hand here, which is an excellent, beautiful image of Akhenaten making an offering to the Aten, sandstone from ASHMUNEIN, Egypt, 18th century, circa 1540 to 1300 BCE. So the index here pointing out, just as the beak of the ibis is the finger of the scribe. Beautiful. So let me bring you back to Teki, it being the lead or lead month of the year, right? Abet, which is the gods of the 12 months, each containing 30 days, where season 1 was the Akhet. Season 1 is the Akhet season. Right, and the first month is Teki, ibis crane. The title Tehuti, the netter of the first month, the lead, the lead. When you see the Habu bird by itself, yes, it represents Tehuti, which also creates the word Aku or Ku. Aku, which is the light netter, the great light, i.e. the sun. I.e. the sun. And then you also see Ku, which bright is intelligent. So this is where these concepts come from. Right? To be bright is to be intelligent. The light netter, i.e. the sun. And you always see the Habu bird here. That's the word Ak or Ku. Aku. The light god, the bright one, who is also the secondary light of Ra, being his reflection as Aten, which means mirror, which also is the great light. The one equipped with HEKAU, words of power. Aku is words of power, protective formulae, spells, the magic formulae of Tehut, magical words. So yes, HEKAU is Aku, which means to be bright. Aku Akur, a spirit whose mouth is able to recite spells with skill and knowledge. That's the word Akur. Skillful, knowledgeable, excellence. So yes, HEKAU, the words of power, is the Aku, which is the great light, which also is the word for spirits. The magic formulae, the magical words. Another word for HEKAU is Aku, the same name as Tehuti. Heka, to utter charms or spells or incantations, to recite words of power, to bewitch, right? So that's what I named this presentation. First eye, magic, HEKAU. But here is another word that I'm introducing to everyone to understand another sound vibrational tone that goes alongside words of power or protective formulae, which is Aku, which of course again is associated with Tehuti, the Habu, the Ibis, the digger, the creator, the Kamam. This is why magic is associated with Tehuti. He is the originator of spells and incantations, in which he then later began to write or carve. This is why when we look at the Heru, we always see the first words of a chapter begin with speech, right? And so for those of you who are also familiar with Ptah, the word Ptah is actually the word meaning to carve. And I showed that in another one of my Scribal session classes, Carving Reality. So that was the first class that I brought forth. The very first Scribal session class I brought forth was Carving Reality, because that's what came first. And then after the carving became the observation of what was carved. And that word is Ptah. See this beautiful image here of Tehuti and Seshet. Here, as he is doing what he does, carving out time, which I went into depth on this as well in a previous class. So again, just to point out, when we look at the Heru, the book of coming forth by light, we always see the first words of a chapter begin with speech. Here's plate 5. This is chapter 1. Ha, the beginning of the chapters of Reu, of coming forth, Pert, which is with the root word for fear, to come forth, by day, by light. And of praisings, Sethes, which also means to raise or to rise up, Thesu, and glorifications, Seku. Again, the Habu bird here, Tehuti, to glorify. It's Seku, of coming forth from going into Ha'it, into where the Neter Kurt, the land of the Neter and sound vibration. Kut, glorious. In AMENTA. Can you see right here? You see that same glyph that I pointed out earlier in HENNUTAWY'S QERES. This is AMENTA. So I'm sure you all will not forget this one again. AMENTA, the beautiful. Nefert AMENTA. So we're associating that which where we're going in the Neter Kurt is a beautiful place of the hidden. Amen is hidden. To be said, the Chet. The Chet, which is also the word for eternity. So your speech is associated with being eternal. on the day of QERES, going in, Ak, again with the triangle here and the legs, Ak, to go in. After coming forth, saith Asar, Techet, Ani. So this is, we're writing, right? We're writing down what it is that we're to say, what it is that we're to speak. This is how it becomes spells and spelling, because it means to say, it means to speak. Asar, the scribe Ani, homage to thee, bull of Amentet. Behold, Tehuti, the Sultan Heh, the king of eternity is with me. I am the great Netter. Ah, ah, ah. I am the great Netter. Tehuti, the king of eternity, is with me. Bull of Amentet. The word for behold is on, as you see here. This is also the same word used for to say. On, say, they to me. So saith Tehuti, behold. Same word. The king of eternity is with me. I know Heka. I hear his words. Rek a Heka. Sechem a Techetet. I know Heka. I hear his words. Sechem, which is a heavy, heavy teaching, and the maxims of Ptah. And for those who are part of the House of Aten, the membership, the Keru, the Ker, the Netter Ker, the Ker, the oars, the that which is used to guide your boat in the Netter Ker of sound vibration, the Keru, the household members of the Per, Aten. I host a class. I host a class for free for all of the great members. If you want to become a member of the House of Aten, you can just email me, and we can definitely make that happen. But I host a class called Maat Wisdom Wednesdays, and we went through. Right now, we're going through the maxims of Ani, but we also went through the maxims of Ptah. And Ptah teaches us heavily about Sejem, listening, and why the word ear is also the word Ankh. So I know Heka, I hear his words. Nefer. Let me take you to the gods of the Egyptians and see what is written about Tehuti. So let's do some reading. So appears as a scribe of Maat of the company of the gods, right? The scribe of Maat and the Pa'ut, Netter. And then he holds in his hand the writing reed in the palette of the scribe. And this is on page 402 of the gods of the Egyptians. But his connection with Ra and his first rising in primeval times is indicated sometimes by the WADJET. So Tehuti is always been associated with the WADJET in his rising in primeval times, i.e. the power of strength of the eye of Ra, which he is seen carrying along his hands, as I've showed. Here. All right. Temple of KHNUM. And let me see. I've seen oh, here. Nukpu, I seen you ask a question. Was the Netter Seshet writing? And as you can see here, she's just supporting. She has her hands up and she's supporting him. As what the wonderful Nefer Neterettes do so wonderfully. Okay, so carrying along his hands. After the names of the deceased persons, we always find in funeral papyri the words Ma'akaru. Right? When you see the Ma'a, which is the digging tool, and the Ker, the same word in the Neter Kert, the Keru. Hennu to the Keru of the house of Aten. Ma'ah Keru, which means he whose word is Ma'ah. And all of what I've just taught about Ma'ah, that is to say, he who words possess such power that whenever they are uttered by him, the effects which he wished them to produce unfailingly come to pass. The words, however, here referred to are those which must be learned from Tehuti. And without the knowledge of them and of the proper manner in which they should be said, the deceased could never make his way through the Neter Ker. Ker, the voice, which is the row, the utter. When you're in the boat, right? The on boat, the on tet boat, and you're traveling, it's the or, it's your words, it's the utterance. And if you go back to the top when I showed the 10th hour and how it's about the works done here are for the utterance. So one must become Ma'akeru. The vocals, the voice of Ma'ah. To get to directly where you're going through Ma'at. The formulae of Tehuti opened the secret pylons for him and provided him with the necessary meat and drink and apparel and repelled baleful fiends and evil spirits. And they gave him the power to know the secret or the hidden names of the monsters of the Neter Kert and to utter them in such a way that they become his friends and helped him on his journey until at length he entered the fields of Hetep. Tehuti as the moon neter represents the moon during the whole month. On the other hand, the WADJET of Tehuti, right here, because see, everyone just always wants to associate the eye of Horus, not knowing that Heru and Ra is actually the first Heru, but here you see the eye, the WADJET of Tehuti. Have you ever heard anyone say the eye of Tehuti? Indicates the full moon, right? Which is why he's the Aten, the reflection of Ra, the secondary light, which still lights up the darkness, that which seemingly seems unseen, but is not unseen. Which is why Tehuti is also known to carry the two eyes throughout the lands, carry the eye throughout the lands of the upper, or what they call upper and lower Kemet, the moon, which is also used to also tell time without the sun. Which is another reason why you see Tehuti carving into the walls of the Ren Pet, which means years, and why it's associated with time. The full moon, just as the WADJET of Ra, stands for the midday sun. The fact is proved by an interesting scene reproduced by Signer Landzone from Brusque Monuments, Berlin, 1857. Here we see the Neter Tehuti, the Habu-headed, standing by the side of the lotus pillar, which supports heaven. Which this pillar here, this lotus, which is really a water lily, It's not a lotus, it's a lily. Holding up heaven, this word is watch it. Watch it, the same as the eye. Resting on heaven is a crescent, and in it is the WADJET of Tehuti, right here. The eye in the crescent moon, the WADJET of Tehuti. Leading up to the top of the pillar is a flight of 14 steps of unequal length, which are intended to represent the first 14 days of the month. And at the foot of it stand 14 Netiru, the first of these being Tim, who has his right foot resting on the first step, which is the shortest of the whole flight. The Netiru who stand behind him are Shu, Tefnut, Sab, Nut, Heru, Aset, Nebet Het, Heru Im Het Aa, and Im Set, Hap, Tuamutef, Kabesanuf, and a netter without a name. In a more extended sense, the WADJET of Tehuti represented the left eye of Ra, because Tehuti is known as the heart of Ra. And so the heart is the word Ib. Ib is left. So he's also recognized as the left eye of Ra, which then is also the moon, while the right eye is the sun. Or the winter half of the year, when the heat of the sun was not so strong, nor its light so great. Right? So the winter years, the winter half of the years, when the heat of the sun was not so strong, nor its light so great, and when darkness remained in the skies for a longer period of time. This WADJET of Tehuti, or of Tehuti Heru, as it should be more correctly be called, is mentioned in the pyramid text, where it is called the black eye of Heru. Thus of King Unaz it is said, thou hast seized the two eyes of Heru, the white eye and the black eye. And thou hast carried them off and set them in front of thee, and they give light to thy face. The white eye here referred to is, of course, the sun. Thus we see that Tehuti not only brought the eye of Ra to the Netiru, as we have already said, but that he also established the eye of the moon netter, who was indeed only a form of himself, and that Tehuti was also in certain aspects identified with Asar and with Heru. You see here, you see Asar and you see the crescent moon here. Asar Yah, which Yah is the name of Tehuti, and with Heru, Heru Tehuti, and with Tim, and therefore with Keperah. One other attribute of Tehuti remains to be noticed, i.e., that which is made known to us by the 45th chapter of the Book of the Dead, wherein the deceased says, I am he who sendeth forth terror into the powers of rain and thunder. I have made to flourish my knife, along with the knife which is in the hand of Tehuti, in the powers of rain and thunder. The short composition in which this passage occurs is called the chapter of being nigh unto Tehuti. And the vignette, the deceased is seen standing before Tehuti with both hands raised in adoration. So again, we see Tehuti being associated with Ra, which Asar is, and Ra, you know, is are the same. So is Heru. And these are, again, echoes of one another, starting from a single point and echoing out. And Tehuti being there in the very beginning as consciousness. So when the narrative recommences, we are told that the majesty of the god Ra commanded Tehuti to give the order that the god Sab should come into presence forthwith. And when he had done so, and Sab had already before him, Ra told him that the strife had arisen by reason of the worms or snakes, which is Hefetu, which were in his, i.e. Sab's, territory. And he added, may they fear me as long as I am alive. Ra also told him to find out what their plans were and then to go to the place where was his father Nu, and to warn him to be careful about what was on the earth and in the water. The text which immediately follows is full of difficulty, but its general meaning seems to be that Ra expects Sab to keep watch on the serpents in the earth, and that although he is about to betake himself to the utmost regions of heaven, his light will find them in their holes and will watch them. Moreover, Ra promises that he will give the men who have knowledge of words of power. HEKAU. Ra promises that he will give the men who have knowledge of HEKAU dominion over them, and that he will furnish them with spells and charms which shall draw them from their holes. After these things, the majesty of the god Ra ordered that Tehuti should come into his presence speedily. And when he had arrived, he said to him, "Come, let us depart from heaven and from my place, because I am about to create a thing of light," which is Seshep. This is Seshep. It means to receive light. And it also is the palm of the hands, to receive light in the palm of the hands. The Seshep of the nectar of light, which is Aku, which is Tehuti. In the Tuat and in the land of Babat, which you see the Ba, the same word for soul, which is the incense, the light, the fire. And there thou shalt write down for punishment among the dwellers therein those who have committed deeds of rebellion, and those whom my heart hateth. And thou shalt be in my place. So Tehuti shall be in the place of Ra as Aset. And thou shalt be called Asti. So this is a name of Tehuti as well. Asti, because he has taken the place of Ra. That is to say, the deputy of Ra. And it shall be permitted to thee to send for thy messenger, Hab, which is the Habu, the ibis bird, Hab or Hop, which is laws. So send thee for thy messenger, the Habu, and at these words, the ibis, Hab, which is the envoy of Tehuti, came into being. Ra next tells Tehuti that he will give him the power to lift up his hand before the great companies of the Natiru. The Pa-ut, which here is the crescent and the full circle, so the sun and the moon. The Pa-ut, and makes a play on the words kin and tekni, which Tekken is the name of Tehuti. So you're seeing why Tehutis are, these are the names of Tehuti. The Tekken, which is the plummet or the tongue of the scales, a bird sacred to Tehuti. He also promises to make Tehuti to embrace, which is Ankh. You see the crescent here, Ankh, to embrace the two heavens with his beauties, which another word for beauty is Aten. And straightway the moon, Yah, or Yah, it's the moon here. The moon came into being. Tehuti is to drive back on the Ha-Nebu. And straightway, Ma'ah, the ape, on. Of the nectar came into being. And finally, Tehuti is to be wholly the representative of Ra upon earth. So this is very powerful. And you see where a lot of the names of Tehuti comes from. and from Ra given these names to Tehuti as Ast, as Asti, the one to sit in the place of Ra upon earth and as a physical representation of Ra. And then we'll close out the reading with this. Tehuti spake the word, which caused the universe to come into being. And it was he who had the power to utter the name of the deceased in such a way that his new spiritual body would straightway come into being in the realm of Osar. So the spiritual body, another body. Tehuti in one respect was greater than Ra, and in another he was greater than Osiris. But both from a physical and moral point of view, he was connected inseparably with the Maat, which is why you see Maat being a mate of Tehuti. While Maat is law, both moral and legal, personified, Tehuti is Hap or Hab, which is law, which was the highest conception of physical and moral law and order known to the Egyptians. The goddess Nahem Au Ait, which not sure if you all have ever heard of this Neteret here, but she is also associated with Tehuti, and maybe we can get into her another class. But here's another Neteret for you all to place within your consciousness. Nahem Ait, which is another Nefer Netert that's associated with Tehuti. So let me now take you to the Shabaka stone, British Museum EA 498 of 710 BCE, because here we read Tehuti spake the word, which caused the universe to come into being. So why is that said here? And here is the Shabaka stone, which got later used as a tool to drill, taking a lot of the story with it, but we still have a lot remaining. All right. Here's a good image of it zoomed in. See the glyphs, and you see the Nepti here, the two ladies. WADJET right here, who is the serpent. Again, dealing with the eye, the WADJET, who is the serpent. And Nekbet, who is the vulture, the two ladies. So let's read what the Shabaka stone says. So there comes into being in the heart. There comes into being by the tongue, something as the image of ATTON. All right, so when we look at the glyphs here, Keper, hat, which is the word heart, and hati, which means to be in front of. Again, leading with the eb, leading with the left, which is hat. And you see the forepart of the lion here and the eb. Keper nes is the nes, and here's the tongue. So coming into being through the heart, that is forefront, and coming in through the tongue, which is of the fire. Something in the image. Here's the emanation, the tet, right here, et, emanating as atim or tim, which tim is to be complete. So coming into a completed image. Atun, Ra, which is the completed, all three aspects together in one. Tim. Ptah is the very great who gives life to all the Netiru and their Kas. Lo, through this heart and through this tongue. Right here, Ptah. And then you see the three Kas, other Kas. Lo, through the Hati, through the heart, and through the nest. Heru came into being. Heru came into being. Tehuti came into being in him as Ptah. And you see that here in the glyphs. Keper, Keper, Heru, Im, F, Keper, Tehuti. So here is Tehuti, who came into being in him as Ptah. So Tehuti is there actually in being. He is as Ptah. So Ptah, who is creating, power came into being in the heart and by the tongue and in all limbs, in accordance with the teaching that the heart is in all bodies and the tongue is in every mouth of all the Natiru, all men, all flocks, all creeping things, and whatever lives, thinking whatever the heart wishes. So thinking whatever the heart wishes. This is why you always hear me say, bringing forth that which pleases the Ebe. It takes the HEKAU and connects you to the Natiru, because this is how they created, through the tongue and through the Ebe. So Ebe also means to be cleansed and to be purified. And so that is what the WADJET is as well, to be healthy, the uninjured eye. So when you have all these aspects together and you utilize these through the Heka, commanding whatever the tongue wishes. So it is Tehuti who is actually in the being as Ptah alongside Heru. Tehuti Heru, Heru Tehuti, as we just read, being associated with one another. And Tehuti speaking and giving the words of power through Ptah. Thinking whatever the heart wishes and commanding the commandment, whatever the tongue wishes. When Ptah is creating in the beginnings through the heart and through the tongue, it is Tehuti who then comes into being through him as conscious intelligence, which is the word ku, aku, which is Tehuti, providing the HEKAU aku. Let me take you to a scholarly article at BYU titled The Shabaka Stone, an Introduction. Thus it is said of Ptah, he who made all and created the Natiru, and he is Tatenin, who gave birth to the Natiru, and from whom everything came forth, foods, provisions, divine offerings, and all good things. Thus it is recognized and understood that he is the mightiest of the Natiru. Thus Ptah was satisfied after he had made all things in all divine word. Because while Ptah is doing this, Tehuti is there within him as well. Indeed, Ptah is the fountain of life for the Natiru and all material realities. So that's in the Shabaka Stone. The Memphite theology was clearly setting forth the idea of creation as a combination of both immaterial and material, with Ptah serving as the connection between the two. Creation, according to the Shabaka Stone, was both a spiritual and an intellectual creation as well as a physical one. It was through the divine heart, which is thought. Again, thought, tahut, or thoth, tahuti, and the tongue, the Nes. The Nes. So the first king, the first Nesu, being Ptah. As the great causer of something to take shape in the form of the physical agent of creation Atun, through which everything came forth. Importantly, creation was first and foremost an intellectual activity, and only then a physical one. So before anything can physically be brought forth, it has to be created intellectually first. This is what Ptah is teaching through the Shabaka stone. So before anything can physically be brought forth, it's the intellectual, which is Tehuti. It's the Aku. It's the bright light, the brightness, the intelligence that allows the physical to then be brought forth. It's an intellectual and spiritual creation first. And so when we understand that, when we're performing our speech and our writings, our HEKAU, you already establish the foundation, and you establish the actual outcome intellectually first. Aku, which is the word for spirit as well. So when it says spiritual and intellectual, that is one word. It's Aku. So when you have that, you then have that as the foundation, and through Maat, you then are able to bring forth that physical reality. So the ones who create this false matrix understand this. This is why they create the languages to vibrate the way that they do. Because when enough of us have this teaching, we then create our own realities as we did as Natiru before physical beings, and creating all that exists from a single point and emanating out. So it's a beautiful thing. The intellectual principles of creative thought and commanding speech were realized in Ptah and could be said to be embodied in him. He is that which causes every conclusion to emerge. So you already conclude and then allow that to emerge. So one thing that we do, the House of Aten, after these live classes, the brothers, when we're in the backstage after the live is down, we actually sit in a meditation and we allow our thoughts to then bring forth the reality that our heart, that our eaves desire. So this is something that we implement to then again allow these teachings to be sent out and allow the ones who are ready to receive it, so they too can utilize it within in their own lives to benefit them and help them. So this is something that we utilize in real life, individually and collectively. So when we're collectively do these type of HEKAU, it then just doubles up, triples up, quadruples up the power. So it's a beautiful thing. Very powerful. He is that which causes every conclusion to emerge. Just as important, though, at several points earlier in the text, as well as within the Memphite theology, Ptah is identified as Tatenen, the primeval bound that Atum sat upon arising from the waters of noon as he created the Natiru. So while Ptah is the intellectual and creative principle that informs information to be in form, precedes all matter. And he is also a physical principle that is in the front of all matter, conceptualized in his identification with Ta Tenen, and in his imparting of life to Atum, who, standing on Ta Tenen, carried out physical creation. Thus, in keeping with the notion that the things of the universe are for the Kemetian beings with the district wills and personalities, it is through both spiritual and physical principles and actions personified to a person in and derived from Ptah, that the world becomes a reality.
What's the but?
I hope you all are supporting this class. The link is posted at the top of the chat. If you appreciate, if you're learning something, if you feel inspired, show reciprocity and make sure the scales maintain balance, because I'm giving you all a lot here. So Ebe, heart, the middle, interior, sense, wisdom. So the Ebe is associated with wisdom and understanding and intelligence and attention. So that is a name of Tehuti, Ebe in Ra, the heart of Ra, a name of Tehuti. Ptah Or, who is Ptah the Great, the heart and the tongue of the Natiru. So Tehuti came into being as Ptah. To create through the Ebe and through the Ness. And the Ebe, of course, being intelligence. Aku, attention. And scientists are just learning today how attention creates your reality. And you can see this through biocentrism, what they call biocentrism. To where what you observe then allows the potentiality of waves. So everything exists in a wave function. A wave, which then, of course, is the sound vibration or light vibration. It reacts in waves. So everything is in waves. Everything is in waves around you. And it's just a potentiality of something that can exist. So anything outside of your actual observation truly does not exist, because it's existing in a wave of potentials. And when you start to observe that thing, it then collapses the wave function into more finite particles. And so just by observing something, it takes the potential and makes it more solidified. So why it's so important today, they take away attention span and shorten it. So it takes away your ability to create. So this is one of the reasons why we want to go to these social platforms such as TikTok, where 30, 60-second videos, people are scrolling. It's TikTok. It's literally time ticking and talking away. People are literally giving their attention to whatever they're giving their attention to. So we're wanting to place ourselves within that space, within that algorithm, to then allow people to catch them, to hook them to Heka, which is HEKAU, which is the hook people in to get into this information and this knowledge. So then we can become Natiru again. So then we can become creators of our realities through our speech and through our tongue, by understanding the origin of why this exists the way that it does, how we brought ourselves into existence. We should be masters of this reality. And so attention is heavily important. This is why I always give thanks to those who give me your attention during these classes, because without your attention, this could never exist. PTAH, the great heart and tongue of the Natiru. Here is your concept of as above, so below within an actual creation story, right? From the actual Medu Netter. So when you open up the Kabbalion and it says, here's the first law, or the law of mentalism. And then here's the second law, you know, as above, so below. Here it is in the actual Medu Netter. Within the creation story itself, through what we just read, through PTAH, who is the architect of heaven and earth. That's why I said, and keep on moving. I'm the architect. I can arc the tech. Royal rulership, I hold the heck. Control my thoughts. Still move when the game is paused. Because arcing the tech, which tech is Tekken, which I just showed is the name of Tehuti, which is the tongue of the scales that is used to, it's the plummet. I can arc the tech because the tech is also the technology, and the technology is the actual HEKA, is the hook that you see. It's the heck. So arcing, literally the heck has an arch in it. So I can arc the tech through bending words. So it's just another gem for you all through, you know, some of my HEKAU that I put in these tones, that I don't explain everything that I'm saying, but there you go. The architect, royal rulership, I hold the heck. Pet, which is PTAH. Pet, which is a word for heaven. Right? So Petet or Pet Nu, PTAH, creator of the sky, and PTAH Ta Tenin, the union of PTAH with the primitive earth netter Ta Nin or Tenin, which is earth. So of the heavens and of the earth. PTAH, the architect of the heaven and the earth, as above, so below. Right? Within the actual creation story of the Medu through the Shabaka stone. Who then is also the symbolized, who is also the symbolized as the dead sun god, who is showed earlier in this presentation, in this class, becoming the triad trinity of creation and rebirth. And as you all see in my actual background, PTAH Seker, who is PTAH united to Seker, the old god of death, lord of the necropolis of Memphis, i.e. Saqqara. He symbolized the dead sun god, which is Afu Ra, taking us all the way back to Af, Erdmin, Maat, F, Tehuti, bringing the I through the Duat, once one is reckoned by the 8 Neterets. And you are Afu Ra, who is traveling through the Neter Kurt, which is the dead flesh of Ra, the flesh of Ra. Af is flesh. And so that is also symbolized as PTAH Seker, Pet, heaven, Seker, under. As above, so below. Again. And here is PTAH Seker Asar, the triune god of resurrection. And I put the glyphs here to show you. Again, An, Mech, or Techet, An. Speaking, thou sayest. Here is PTAH. Thou sayest PTAH Seker Asar. Speech. The green one, which is the same word for the first eye, WADJET, Uwach, the green one, a divine proper name. So this is Uwach. He's the green one. Uwach, to be green, to be young and new, to thrive, to prosper, to flourish, to be fertile, to be young and new. The green one, Uwachit, to be healthy, the uninjured eye, to be young again, to be strong-sighted, Uwach Arti, green of eyes, to be strong-sighted or to have healthy sight. And that's a particular, I put this in here for someone particular who told me that they felt green of eyes. So that means to be strong-sided. Uwach Arti, with the two eyes here, with the Uwachit, as I showed earlier, which is the papyrus plant. The Uwachit, the divine eye, right eye of Ra, Uwachit, divine eye, left eye of Ra. See? U-cha. The two eyes, the two divine eyes, the Uwachi, the eyes of Ra, the sun and the moon, the left and the right, the white and the black, the duality. Ape of Tehuti bearing the solar eye, and you see him here again carrying the eye of Tehuti, the Uwachit Tehuti. What is another name for the eye? Yes, you guessed it, the Akut. The same word for the spirits, the same word for the great light, i.e. the sun, with the Habu bird here of Tehuti, and you see the serpent here with the 8 alongside the tail above the neb. It's the eye of Ra, or Heru, the fiery light of the sun, a flame goddess, the fiery uraeus on the pharaoh's crown, in the name of a crown, the urei on the royal crown. So again, the Aku, which is the words of power, is also the same word for the eye, the fiery light, who is a flame goddess, the fiery uraeus on the crown. The Akut, which is the fiery uraeus, the crown, which is of course in the exact place of the first eye. Right here. This flaming eye is another name for the protectress Sekhet, who was the first netert in line leading up to the bringer of the Uwachit. Akut Nebet, the flaming eye, i.e. the netert Sekhemet. Her name is also Akut. Nebit, the fiery, the flaming eye. And here she is here, standing right next to the two neterts who create themselves as the throne with their arms out, touching the neter axe with the sun right above it, which I went into this a little bit. I think I gave the names of these neterts in my class, in the second class of Scribal Sessions, Observing Reality. So you can go back and learn more about these neterts here. But right next beside that is here. You see Sekhet. You see the Sekhem here in the T, Sekhemet. This is the book of the Heavenly Cow, Temple of Seti the First. The Destruction of Mankind, page 219. This is in First Steps in Egyptian Hieroglyphics, page 219. The Chet, again, saith. We're writing down what to say. Saith. Again, on. which again, which I showed earlier, behold Tehuti. Behold is that word on, which is saith. His Majesty, Ankh Ucha, same word for the I, strength. Seneb, to those who were following him. Call, is that word call? Nas, the same word for tongue. Nas or nas to proclaim, to claim it, but also to call through the tongue. Ma'ah, which is bring. To me, my eye. Ma'at, here's the word ma'at, and you see the serpent here, which is what they call the determinative for the netert, for the goddess. So this is when you know you're speaking about an actual neteret, is when you see this serpent here. So my eye is the serpent, is the fiery Uraeus, who is the flame goddess. Fixed is my throne. Great is the fear of thee. Let Ma'at, let thine eye be upon those who have blasphemed against thee. Saith thy majesty of Ra. Behold, Ma'ah, ye them fleeing unto the mountains. Their hearts are afraid by reason of what they have said. Said, i.e. the Natiru said, they before the majesty. Cause or ta, which also means to give, cha, to go forth, thine eye. So sending forth Ma'at. And you see the serpent here. So yes, it's the eye, but it's also the Natert herself. And let it destroy for thee those who blaspheme thee with wickedness. Not an eye existeth among them which can resist thee when it descendeth in Heru, the form of Hathor. So sending thine eye, the fiery flame goddess, descendeth in the form of Heru, went forth this Natert. It slew the people of the mountain. Said the majesty of this Neter, come in peace. Heru. The deed is done. Arit in Arit. Said this Neteret, this thou livest for me. When I had gotten power over Sekhem, which you see the Sekhem scepter right there, over men, it was pleasing to my Ebe. Said the majesty of Ra, I will gain the mastery, Sekhem again, over them as Sultan, as king, destroying them. It came to pass that Seket of the offerings of the night. So here is Seket, who is the I, Ma'at, Seket Ma'at, who come forth in the form of Heru, to be a protectress of Ra. Let thine eye protect me from Isfet. May she come forth and slay all enemies of Ma'at. She comes forth as Ma'at, as thine fiery eye of power. Ma'at, my eye. Ma'at, who is also a Netert, who opened the mouth. So you can go back to my class, re-up the opening of the mouth. Another fantastic scribal session to teach about the opening of the mouth. I hope you all see a pattern. So Ma'at is the one who opened the mouth. Tehuti, who is the bull of Ma'at. And you see the phallus here with the ka up top. The flaming uraeus is the realm of magic. So the actual flaming uraeus is a realm. The uraeus serpent, the akut, which is the same word for HEKAU, which is the same word for the eye. The first eye, which is the flaming serpent that sits dying in the middle of the head, that goes forth to destroy Isfet. That is the realm of magic. So I have a papyrus here, so you know I'm going to show it. British Museum number EA 10042. This is called the Harris Magical Papyrus. Dating time Ramesses IV, Usur Ma'at Re Setepin Amun. Ramesses XI. Min Ma'at Ra Setepin Ptah, 1550 to 1070 BCE. Greetings. The only one who made himself into millions. Anech Hor Ka Ua, which is one. Arit, the only one who made himself, Su, M, into Heh, into millions, whose expanse extends without limits. The powerful one who gave birth to himself. The uraeus serpent, the realm of flames, the realm of magic. Who gave birth, Mes Su. Chesf gave birth to himself. Et. And you see the egg here and the serpent. Feminine birthing principles. So of course, giving birth to himself, next is going to be a birthing feminine neteret. Araret. Ta'a'a. NB. Flames. Ort. HEKAU, emanation. The realm of magic. The realm of magic and the realm of flames. Within mysterious forms, the mysterious Ba, who is shown reverence, king of the upper and lower Kemet. I'm giving you all some of my secret stash of Natiru shown in shins. And this is one. Ba, who is shown reverence, king of the upper and lower Kemet, Amun Ra. And you see it here. In the shin, which denotes a physical king, Emin, and you see the Heru on the standard, which is an ancient word or an ancient symbol that was used in place of the netter axe. So this is denouncing a netter because it's Amun Ra, the netter, and the shin, Nesubiti. Uncle Jaseneb, may he live, be safe, and sound and strength, who came into being by himself the horizontal one, the horizon, the Aket. Heru of the east, the Abtet, Ib Tet. The rising one who illuminates, the light, the Sahech, Sashep, who illuminates the light, sunlight, who is more casual. Here's the Aku, Aku Ak Ra Natiru. And as you see, the Natiru with the same standard here, that's with the Natiru, is the same one here of Heru on the standard. We're speaking about the Natiru here as physical beings. Here's the king. You don't put a principle in a shin. But the Uraeus is the serpent of flames, is the realm of flames, and therefore is the actual realm of Heka, which is why you see Sekhet and the lioness being the 8 forms of Neterts to calculate and reckon one, to see if one has the capacity to attain the Uache. And then, of course, all of what I taught about the feminine and masculine principles. So I started early with the masculine, with the pencil and the penis and the digging and the met, the procreation through the phallus. And now we're concluding with the feminine, because you must have both to create. The Netert energy allows one to burn all Isfet and see clearly. The Heka must have the feminine to be birthed through. So this is the Araret, which is the Uraeus goddess, the Uraeus diadem here, Araret, the powerful one who gave birth to himself. The Uraeus serpent, the goddess, the Netert, the flame of realms, or the realm of flames, and the realm of magic of Heka. There is no Heka without the Netert. The magic kingdom, Uraeus serpent, is at your head. Here's Ort Heka, which you see the egg, the feminine birthing principle here, to give birth through the egg, and the serpent Netert, and the bread of sustenance, all feminine here. Heka, Ort Heka, which is the magic kingdom. It's a realm. It's at your head, Tep. This is in the poetic literature, hymn to Ramesses V, Papyrus Chester Betty 1, verso section B. The HEKAU is at your head, the Tep, which is the same word for the first, right? The first eye, the Tep Maat. Lead. Let me now take you to another magical papyrus. British Museum number 10252. Tehuti. What did Tehuti do? Tehuti exercised him with his great magic of spells and his utterance, and the one great of magic with her utterance. So here we have Tehuti exercising Isfet energies through HEKAU. You, poison. I am Aset, the magical realm. So now we've expanded the Heka to an actual realm. Very powerful to keep in mind whenever you're using Heka. I am Aset, the magical one. Inuk, Aset, the egg, with the, again, the standard, the Heru, to denounce a netter. Ort Hekau, I am Aset, the magical one. Again, which takes us right back through Seket and Heru. Heru, of course, is Aset impregnated. So Seket, the fiery one, is the protectress. And when Seket is in a more calm state, she then is bossed, which creates the same word for ungient. So various different aspects of one and all of the heka associated with that. So I am Aset, the magical one, the Ort Hekau. And then here, identification of Hathor, Heru. Words to speak through Heru, the mistress of Iunt. She travels in the lands, in the Reketi. Who, with the great magical power, who appears in the sky as the side, at the side of her father, Ra, who, his, protects the body from suffering. So now words are being spoken through Heru. Who protects the body from suffering. Son of Heru. Words powerful Hekau. Double-minded. P. Brooklyn 47.218.50. Sacrifice for Aset. Let's get into these names here. Okay, this is first half of the 6th century BCE. Library of a temple in Elephantine. Here's the museum papyrus. The great seat performed during the festivals of earth. Sacrifice for Aset, the great, the mother of Neter. Aset, the magical kingdom. Aset Ort Hekau. Right here. Aset, the Nepti, Reketi, Aset, Hejedit, Aset, Septi, the Septi star. All right. The one revealed after the 70-day hidden to bring forth the Akhet season, the inundation. The protector of the two lands. Aset, the rich in forms. Aset, the mistress of names. Aset Nabet Rin, which you all see the Neter symbol. The mistress of names. And now, again, Seket. Aset is Seket with the egg and the Heru Neter. Arit, Seket, the eye of Ra. As I showed in the book of the Heavenly Cow, and Ra calling Seket his eye and have her sending forth sending her forth out to destroy the Isfet and the enemies of Ra. Seket, the eye of Ra, who is the flaming Uraeus serpent that is also in the middle of the head. Seket, Ptah's mistress. See it here. Seket murdered Ptah. Seket, Ptah's mistress. Seket, right here. Devourer of the flame. Seket, devourer of the flame. Seket, the mistress of Asheru. So here you see all these beautiful Nefer names of Aset, Seket, Heru, and being associated with HEKAU. Right here in this papyrus here. Now, let me take you to the oldest spiritual writings on the planet, known as the pyramid texts. This is of Pepi II. And here is in the book of the pyramid text, page 318, Pepi II. Recitation. Osar, Pepi, Neferkara. Geb has given you all the Natiru of the Nile Valley and Delta, that they might bear you, and you might control them. They are your brothers in their identity of the flagpole shrines. They cannot reject you in their identity of the dual shrines. Asar, Pepi, Neferkara. Heru has allotted them to you united. Osar, Pepi, Neferkara. You have been tended, alive and moving about every day. Asar, Pepi, Neferkara. There is nothing of you that can be disturbed. Asar, Pepi, Neferkara. You are the Ka of all the Natiru. Heru has tended you, and you have become his Ka. The eye has emerged in your head as the Nile Valley Great of Magic. So here in the pyramid text, we see the eye emerging in your head as the Nile Valley Great of Magic. The eye appeared in your head as the magical kingdom of Upper Kemet, the Nile Valley Great of Magic. Right here, Per, In, Arit, Im, Tep. The same word for first. The first eye appears in your head as the Ort HEKAU. So when we teach that before any type of physical creation is made, it happens through the thoughts, through your intelligence, through your Aku. This is what we taught consistently for thousands of years, and why we were able to create what we did. Or HEKAU, he who is great in words of power or enchantments, i.e., a god or man who is a magician. Or HEKAU is also a title of Set, Great of Magic. Ort HEKAU, a name of the crown of the north or of its goddess. You see the serpent, same thing, crown of the south or of its goddess, right? The crowns of the north and south, a royal crown. The magical realm that exists within your head. So let me now take you to the Taurine Papyrus 1993, where we will read some Heka from the legend of Ra and Aset. So this is Taurine Papyrus 1993, Dynasty 20, around 1190 to 1077 BCE. And here you see the papyrus here. Chapter of the Netert, the creator of himself, Keper Chesef. We're seeing that consistently as well. Ari Pet, creator of heaven. Ta, earth, from Pata Ta Tenen, heaven and earth. Breath of life, fire, the Natiru, the Reth, beast, cattle, reptiles, fowl of the air, fish, king of men and gods, and form one to whom Hinti periods are as years, many of names, not known are they, not known them to the Natiru. Behold, Aset was in the form of a woman, skillful in words. Sick at the heart was she of the millions of mankind. She chose Setep, like Setep and Ra, the chosen. She chose, which the DUAT, which I showed in the opening of the mouth re-up class, which is called the DUAT. She chose for herself the millions, the head of the Natiru. So she was sick of the millions of the mankind. She chose the Natiru. She deemed more value the millions of the Aku, which is what our Neterets should do. As Aset did. But of course, there must be Neter for there to be, for there to even be a choice to make. Was not it possible for her to become in heaven and earth like Ra, and to make herself mistress of the earth and a Neteret? She meditated. Ka, the word ka, to meditate, or kat, thoughts, which is the double body. Thought, which is the same thing as the energetic double, which kat, the thought, then creates the body. So the ka precedes the physical body, as we've been going through and as I've been showing in all of these wonderful ancient artifacts of ancestral stories of the realm of the HEKAU creating prior to the actual physical or the Kat. And where'd she meditate? In her Ebe. Through the tongue and through the Ebe. By means of the Ren of the sacred Neter. Majesty of Ra, I give myself to be searched out by Aset. Shall come forth my name from my Kat, from my body. So shall come forth my name from my body into her body. Hid, Amen, himself the Natiri, the divine one from the Natiru. Usek, wide empty, was the seat in the boat of millions of years. When it became about the time of coming forth from the Ebe, she said to her son Heru, let bind himself by an oath, sworn by life. Ankh, an oath, sworn. Of the Natiru that may give the Neter his 2 eyes. The Neter great was taken from him, his name and Aset, the great lady of enchantments of HEKAU, Aset, the Or HEKAU, said, run, poisons, come forth from Ra. O eye of Heru. And so here we see poisons, which is the word metu. Met, the same word for words. Then with this symbol here becomes poison. So it's the duality. Of course you have words of power, but you also have words of poison. The metu you can create through that. Are you creating poison? Or are you creating aku through your hekau, which is why it's the same word, met. Run, poisons, come forth from Ra. O eye of Heru, come forth from the nectar and shine without his mouth. I have worked. I dismiss to descend upon the ground the poison which hath been overcome. Verily hath been taken from the great nectar, his name. Ra, may he live. The poison, may it die. And conversely, a certain one, the son of a certain one, may he live. The poison, may it die. May the poison die. And we'll conclude here with page 218 of the Purim Haru. Plate 32. The Lord of Techeta, I feel, I perceive. I am the Lord of the crown, the Oreret. I am in the Uachet, and in my egg, the Sahuti. Twice, it is granted to me to live with them. I am in the Uachet, in its closing. I exist by strength, Maket. I come forth and I shine. I go in and I come to life. I am in the Uachet. My seat is my throne. Here's throne, which is the word nest, the same word for tongue. And to call, nas or nastu, to proclaim the throne is nas, nes. My seat is my throne. I sit in the pupil of the eye by it, the chesert. And if you go back to Observing Reality, Scribal Sessions class number 2, which was the prelude to this class, the intro to the 10th hour of the night, the name of that door is called the chesert. It is called the pupil of the eye. It's the realm of the pupil of the eye, the door leading you through to have you reckoned to receive the first eye. The door to enter to that is the pupil. I am Heru, traversing millions of years. I have commanded my seat, my nest. I rule it, Heka. I rule it because the Heka I take appropriate measure through the words that I speak. I hook it by my mouth, speaking and silent. Speaking and silent. Techetet, Ker. So Ker, this is how deep we are. Ker, which is the voice, is the same word for silent. Again, this is the duality that we taught. I maintain an exact balance. Verily, my forms are inverted. Seket. My forms, Aru, are inverted. I am the Neter Unen. Season from season. What is in him? Kurt, again, what is within? To be within. The Neter Kurt. Through Kurt and Kurt, through the voice, through speaking to Chetet and silence, I maintain an exact balance. I am one coming from one. He revolveth. I am in the WADJET. Not are my things evil or hostile. Not are they against me. I open the door in heaven. Oop Sabah Impet. I open the door in heaven. I rule upon the throne. Opening, births on this day. I am not the child walking upon the road of yesterday. Here is your eye. Here is your first eye being presented. And so we take all of that and all of where I had to go to receive that and put it in a way to tell a story for you all to receive that. And only those who allow the scales to be balanced through Maat will truly receive the teachings, because this is HEKAU. Here is Af Ormin Ma'at F presenting the I at the conclusion of the class. First I Magick HEKAU. We now bring that in, bring it down, assimilate it within the Ebe, assimilate it within. House of Aten, the Natiru exists. Here is Geb. And of course, the double doors. First eye Magick HEKAU. And you see Asar here being nourished and rising up again. So from the heavens to Ta, to then give sustenance and feed, to then again begin to rise. So with that, I am done. Hotep, Tua, Hinu, Ma'akaru. To everyone who is with us and to everyone who supports this class. Tua, Hinu, everyone. I hope you all appreciated this. I hope you all supported this class. And with that, I am done.
Oh, Tap, great brother. That was a lot. That was so fulfilling. That was very abundant. When I say a lot, I mean more than I can describe at this time. That was very masterfully put together. That was very Nefer. I have a deep appreciation for that teaching. These are my favorite kinds of teachings from you. I got my favorite kind of teaching from Saba last night, and these are my favorite kinds of teachings from you, great brother. So much appreciation for that. I wrote some things down about these teachings. So, but before I share, my thoughts on the teaching and my appreciation, I would like to, we would like to invite people to come on the panel and share your tones and build with us on how you feel, any observations, any thoughts, any appreciation you have for this very powerful, very insightful teaching, just a beautiful share. So please come and join us. Let yourself be seen, let yourself be heard. Share your reciprocity in this way, and coming and building with us. We would love to have you come to the panel and just celebrate with us of, how lucky we are. And I'm sure there's a meta word that is more descriptive than lucky, because we are beyond luck. This is a term I'm using right now, but definitely to balance the scales, you are invited. You are welcome to join us on the panel as we build. We have there's so much that can be discussed after such a beautiful, wonderful share of ancestral artifacts. Yeah, I can definitely tell you you just loved on us in a very, you just married on us in a very, very, very significant way, great brother. So, to you for that. Yes. Would anyone like to join us?
Yes, the link is posted in the chat. Please come up. Let us hear your tones. It's wonderful. Make sure you all have hit the like button and you share this information. So hit the link for those who are watching live and those who are watching on the playback. House of Aten, here's how you support. The links are pinned to the top of the chat. If you learned any one thing within this 3+ hour class, please let us know by showing support. And again, this was a class about HEKA and all what goes into that. So to receive the benefit of the HEKA, so the link is posted, and I want you all to come up and let me know what you all thought of that class.
Yes, definitely support, as you always do so beautifully. It's amazing to be in this energy and be in this family affair, to be in this community. It's very powerful. It's very transformational to witness this. Like, and this day and time, to be a part of this is a very, very powerful ceremony, very powerful ritual. These words of power, I've not experienced, besides, my time with Saba, I have not experienced this kind of energy before. So Man, the ancestors are doing something very powerful. And Saba has mentioned this before. And to hear Saba say he's so grateful for us because he did not think anyone was interested in the Netaru, and we are. And that is, whew, that is powerful. Welcome, great brother Tua, for showing your energy, for allowing us to build with you. Welcome, great brother. How you doing? How you feel?
Peace. I'm doing good. I'm doing well. I mean, there's nothing to complain about, really. But when you're in Maat, I should correct that. Right? When you're in Maat, there's nothing to complain about. But I'm doing great. I missed the beginning of the class and I missed some of the end. I've had to take care of some personal things, but I definitely will go back, and I always have to go back with these teachings because they're very thorough from my great brother Ani Patah. So too well for that. But what I did catch was very Nefer, learning about the Eye of Tehuti. That was amazing. It's the left eye, which I guess this on my shirt is considered the left eye. So I don't know. I don't know if you put that HEKAU together when you made the shirt for me. You did that purposely, but that's beautiful and everything. And I got to represent. I was wearing this earlier before the class, and I didn't even know you were doing a class on this on the eye, the first eye. Mm-hmm. The Maat Heru, correct? So
yes.
Too off for that. And one thing I've also realized that these scribal sessions, you're just doing very in-depth teaching on your namesake, which is very beautiful, because every single class I see little things. Well, it's very in-depth, but it's all about your name and bringing forth the HEKAU, the words, the writings, and the magic of Tehuti. So something very Nefer I've noticed with all these classes. And you did the one about Patah, the first one. So that was very Nefer. So I see the little HEKAU you're putting in the classes and everything starting to unravel in my mind. So I definitely have to go back and see all of them and see what's going on really between the lines. Mm-hmm. But that was a beautiful class. Tua, great brother. And thank you for having me here.
Yes, absolutely. Great brother Tua for that and for your attentive eye. Absolutely. It's a beautiful thing. And, these type of classes here are really for, brothers like you who are here and who are just embedded in everything that we're doing. And this is what inspires me to make these type of classes for everyone, so we all can utilize what we have disposable at our hands to truly create the realities that we want and that we deserve. So you and wonderful sisters in the chat room, and those who watch on the playback and support the classes, and I always do my classes in duality and showing the balance of the two, because we need that, So hennu to you, great brother, for your nefer medu and appreciation, and for the magic that you pointed out that you're a part of, and just the synchronicities that's happening.
Sure, Nini. Look, I also noticed that part of my namesake, well, what I've created for myself, well, it was given to me through Saba, through the dream state, the Upesh, the name I use is Ak, but that wasn't even the complete name he gave me. I just took a part of it, which in the dream he actually called me Akuhet or Akut, and you were breaking down the Aku, which is the words of protection, the words of magic, another word for HEKAU. So that was another beautiful thing. So yeah, Tua for that.
Yes, you are very welcome, great brother.
Yes. One thing that I realized what was happening in Ani Patah's teaching that you are sharing, Aksafek, is he was sharing who he is, who we are, and also our master teacher, Saba Tehuti. And that's really beautiful to have something to create a container that holds us all. That is so powerful and so beautiful to be able to do multiple things at once. And so some of the notes that I wrote down during the teaching was Tua for these reparations, Tua for this inheritance, and Tua for this trust fund. In this teaching, you showed us the power of ourselves, the realization of Tehuti, and recapturing our spiritual identity. I love this Tehuti testimony. This is a lesson of our story. These were positive spells, positive spelling, the Aku. This was fuel for our light to shine brighter and to rise. This was a Nefer reflection. This was a cleansing. Tua for teaching that connected our WADJET, the incense to smell, the great light for our sight, words of power for our hearing, pure nectar for our taste, and new dreams and reality for us to touch. So those are some of the notes that I wrote down. I believe it's very evident that this touched us all very profoundly and very deeply. And the self-realization you are having of yourself while talking about Tehuti and showing us more about our teacher. Woo, that is beautiful. Look at the timing. The great brother Atef Rim Kim Maat. Yes, family. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Peace, great brothers. Can y'all hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can hear you. What's up?
Yeah, peace and love, great brothers. Yeah, man, I missed the class, but I'm definitely looking forward to running it back, brothers. Peace and love, Aksafek. How y'all brothers doing? I finally made it. I was on a road trip most of the day, so I finally got settled and got a little bit of Wi-Fi. So I seen you brothers up here teaching, so I said, let me get up there with my brother Otep. Peace and love.
Peace and love, good brother.
I mean, what is this, first eye magic, HEKAU? Oh man, I'm definitely looking forward to this, brother.
Yes, 3 hours straight of pure heka.
You are in for a treat, Atef, when you watch this.
Oh, tough. Can y'all hear my background? It's real noisy in the background, but I'm trying to be respectful.
No, you sound clear. We don't hear that. But Tua, great brother, glad to see that you got to where you was going safely. Glad to see that. And Tua, great brother Menkhu, Rob, Meri, Maat, for your definitely Medu Nefer, and just the wonderful notes that you take and the poetry that you recited in. That was phenomenal. Tua for that, very uplifting, and Hennu to you for that. It's a beautiful thing. Yeah, that was wonderful. I don't know if you write poetry, great brother. You need to hit the microphone and go in the studio somewhere, because that was amazing.
That's just a reflection of the words that you share, and it looks like our master teacher Saba Tehuti put a message in the chat. I'm sorry, I did not mean to interrupt, Ani Fatah. What were you going to say?
No, you're okay. Go ahead, great brother.
Oh yeah, I'm just reflecting the energy that you shared. So Tua for that. I will consider all that you just shared. Did you see? You want to read what our master teacher said in the chat?
Sure. We have the great Saba Tehuti in the chat. Hennu to the great Saba Tehuti. He says, Nefer class with an open book, passing through between anaconda and cobra feeding. Luck equals SEP. There you go. Menkhu Ara. Nefer to our great Saba Tehuti for that. Truly, truly, truly appreciate that. And Hennu to the anacondas and cobras getting fed.
To a great Saba.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say Tua to Saba for translating the meta netter for luck for me and for all of us. So Tua to you, master teacher.
Yes. Primordial Thought 9 says, Hotep, great Saba Tehuti, Amen Hotep Ra. Look, Poo Maat is poetry, Hennu Saba. And then Minty here says, fun fact, tomorrow is a lunar eclipse. How ironic. Tehuti's eye will be dipping into the DUAT. Did you plan that to align with your teachings, Brother Ani Patah? A magician never reveals his magic. I'm giving you little step by step. Everything is intentional, Minty Hotep. Everything is intentional. And the beautiful thing about being in alignment and the HEKA just starts to create itself around you in real time. So Tua for pointing that out. I seen Maharu said something about that in the Discord too. So Hotep, and I know you said this is beautiful, crying like a baby. I'm so happy that it was able to affect you in that way. Eyelid broken. Yes. Nefer Keperet says, looking so powerful as always. That's some fine art on your face there. Hennu to Nefer Keperet for being the scribe to put the Akti, the Akuti, the Tep, Maat Heru up on me. So yes, Nefer Keperet, Tua, you did an excellent job. All right. So, let me see what Jay Kirkland. Jay Kirkland says, let's see it start up here. Nefer Bill, great Saba Ani, Hennu to you, Hennu to the HOA, Hennu to Saba Tehuti, Hennu Maat, Hennu to the Kuru. Absolutely. Tua Hennu to you, great brother. He says, I need them shirts too. They are almost on the way to you all. They are very close. Very, very close. Give you a quick sneak peek. Y'all want to see a quick sneak peek of the website. Yeah, so here we are. And so as you see, we're adding more and more products for you all. So, you know, this is what the website is going to look like, what it looks like. And when it's completed, you all will be able to come here and choose whichever colors you like, you know. So we're no longer just using black. We have all colors. And the beautiful thing about this is, you know, I also have it set up through Shop Pay. So for those who have anything over $50 if you want to have installment payments, you know, pay for interest-free installment payments. So, you know, we're definitely opening up shop here. Apparel. Let's see, phone cases. Let's see, I won't show too much, but let's see. But yes, we're working. We're on the way. Very soon for you all. I just want to show you all a little bit of the progress, just to show you that, you know, it's being created, and all of that, you know, I have to make. And, you know, because we're Maat, because we're representations of AKHER, of excellence, there's nothing that's mediocre going to come forth. So I just take your time, you know, take my time with making sure the images are to my standard, to the standard of Maat, the Maat standard, through everything that we're doing, and everything will be available very soon. So TUA for everyone's patience. TUA for everyone's patience for that. Okay. I received in, let's see, three supports. So I'm gonna go ahead and show that. Show Hennu to the great Karu, and of course the ones who supported prior, Hennu to you all. So let me start with Anu and Antu, who sends in $20 for Tua Ani Nefer presentation. Hennu Fist, the Aket Rising Sun, and the Owl. Tua Anu and Antu, fantastic Karu of the House of Aten. We truly appreciate everything that you are doing, stepping up and helping to produce many things. So Hennu to both of you for being who you are. All right, next we have Rochelle, who sends in 777 for support with a Hetch or white heart. Meri. Tua, I think this is, yes, Mystic Mama in the chat. Tua, for your support. We appreciate that. And for the 3 7s, which, again, that's a whole class that I can do on the 7 that's associated with HEKA. So it's beautiful you send in this number. So Tua and Hennu to you. And next we have Yo and Billadu, who sends in $5. And I blocked out your email so no one can see that. So donation received for $5. Hennu. Tua, Yo and Billadu, appreciate you. Tua for supporting the class. This is what makes it let me know that those who are receiving appreciate the teachings. You know, this was a 3-hour class, and it's just beautiful to see people receive it, because I know when you give, that you receive something, because that's the HEKA I implement within my teaching. So Tua, Hennu to you, Yo and Billadu. All right. So yes, Hennu Hotep. Let me put the social platforms. Make sure you all, and those who are watching on the playback, follow us all on these social platforms: Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter. They're also posted in the bio. And I'm creating something through where through the TikTok. Those who have that, once we release these products, you all can create content with them, be creative with them, and post them. And when you post them, you can have our links and you can make a commission from whoever clicks on your links and purchases the products from the House of Aten. You can make a commission from that. So we're creating different opportunities for the great supporters of the House of Aten to then also make some finances and make some monies themselves by supporting Maat, supporting the House of Aten, helping us get this product out there. So it's a great opportunity for everyone to go into the social side with Maat and with the House of Aten. And if for those who really want to focus in on that, can do a lot, can truly do a lot. So that will be an opportunity provided for everyone. So Hotep Hennu to everyone who's following on the socials and posts and repost our posts, and it's a beautiful thing. So once we begin to once we release the website and we have all of these Nefer products for everyone, we are then going to begin truly sending out advertisements to see more eyes, to bring people in. So Hennu, that's just something I want to relate to you all, because you all are such great supporters, and I just want you all to also be updated in everything that's happening, because you all are a part of building this. So it's a beautiful thing. And so we got one more support in from the lovely Minty Hotep. So let me share that. She sends in 707 for Hennu Maat Heru per Ankh HOA. To our sister Minty Hotep, Hennu to you, all the neferness that you bring to the House of Aten, and we truly appreciate you, and definitely appreciate you supporting the class. So may you receive all that which was intended. May you receive it. Hotep to you. All right. Atefrem Kima'at, where you at, great brother? You up in some mountains somewhere? I think you off in a cave somewhere, ain't you?
Hotep, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm in Ozark, Missouri somewhere. It's so dark over here, bro. It is like the only light is from like houses, the places that's over. It's black. It's real it's real dark over here, bro. I don't know where I'm at. Like it's yeah, I'm in the middle of nowhere, but I'm going into some caves tomorrow.
You going where tomorrow?
To some caves.
See, I knew it. Menkhu looked at me like I was crazy.
Yeah, nah, I'm going into some caves tomorrow. Today we was doing I don't know what we did, an obstacle course, zip lining. It was crazy. I'm exhausted, man. Yesterday, I'm exhausted. I don't know, bro. But with the fam, so it's all good. The girls enjoying themselves, so that's all that matters. But I'm tired. I'm tired. I don't even know what time it is, bro. Like for real, the time. What time is it? No, it's 11 o'clock where I'm at. But I feel like it's like 2 o'clock in the morning, because I've been driving and these roads. Oh man. But we good though. We having a good time though.
Yeah, excellent. I'm glad that you're having a great time, and the children are having fun, and tu'a to you for being who you are, a Tef, family man, the great father. Hennu to you, great brother Tefrem Kemaat. Hennu to your Aut and to your lovely mate as well. So
Tua, great brother. Tua.
yes, Nini Ka. All right, let's show one more support. The lovely Minty Hotep sent in 222 for It's Time to Shed. Let me see, do I? Let me see.
Let's
I
go.
know y'all know the words. Yes, to our Minty Hotep for the 707 and the 222. Appreciate that. Yes, it is time to shed. Hennu to you, wonderful sister. All right. So yes, we'll go ahead and close out. Go ahead and close out and let everyone take these tomes with you into the Upesh. Sit and meditate on what I brought forth in this class before you go to sleep, and allow it to do its work. So we'll let the great brother Aksafet close us out with some wonderful Nefer words.
Hotep Hennu, through your great teaching, Ani PTAH ATEN TEHUTI, to the great brothers on the panel, Menkhu Arab, Meri Maat, and Tefrem Kem Maat, for holding this space and supporting Saba with the House of the Teton, and Hennu to the great brother Ahati Maat, Hennu to the Kuru and the Meru of the House of Aten. Without y'all, this would be nothing. And I'm grateful for what you're bringing forth and what's going to come, and what I can bring one day. But Tua, peace and love, everyone. I wanted to share. I had this. The HEKAU is great. I mean, working in my Upeshes. I had a Upesh the other day, and I was searching for something, and I went searching, and I was went on a whole journey somewhere, and I couldn't find what I was looking, and I ended up in one place, and then I just said, "Tasaket Ma'at," and then I came back to my body and woke up immediately. So I was like, oh. I was like, that was very interesting what happened. I'm like, I just used some HEKAU and I wasn't even fully aware of it or whatnot, but it was beautiful. It was beautiful. And I was like, Tasaket Ma'at, that's the so-called Valley of the Kings, or the land of the memory, conscious memory and truth, I believe. But I was like, wow. I mean, I don't know what that had to do with coming back to my body, but it was beautiful. It was beautiful. I just wanted to share that. So peace and love.
Yeah, Tua, Hennu, for sharing that. It's wonderful to hear things like that. When you came back to your body, did you immediately was you still aware, conscious in your body? Was your body still asleep, or did your body wake up?
After I said it, there's a light shine, and then I basically opened my eyes, and then I woke up. I was like, wow. So I just said that, and then the light hit, and then I opened my eyes, and I was like, okay. So it was kind of I guess, I don't know, the movies when you open the door, they open the door and then the light shines through. That's how I took it as. I'm like, okay, so I did that. and it opened up a door, and it basically bring me back to my body. And so that's it was amazing experience. I look forward to more. So we'll see.
Yes, that's beautiful. Tua for sharing that. Menkhu Meri Maat, was you wanting to say something?
Oh, that was beautiful. Hennu to you for sharing that. That was very powerful. I could see the picture that you painted, and I was having the question, what does that mean that you said? And then you circled back and you shared with us what that meant. So that was very powerful. So Hennu to you for that, because it's important that we model things that helps each one teach one. And that is what's beautiful about the House of Aten and our master teacher, Saba Tehuti. It's literally modeling and embodying the ancestors and what it means to be a follower of Ma'at, and the language and everything, the ancestral artifacts. We are surrounded in the energy that we need to put ourselves back together. So Hennu to you and Tua for sharing that. That's very personal. So that's very courageous and powerful and transparent that you shared what happened in your Upesh. And that is how connection happens, right? That is the Meri that we need, the truth that we need for all of us to rise. So Hennu to you for sharing that.
Tua, great brother.
All right, great brother Menkhu Meri Maat, would you like to close us out? Give us some beautiful words.
Yes. Come to me, Tehuti, O noble ibis. Come to me and give me counsel to make me skillful in your calling. He or she who masters it is found fit to hold office. Fate and fortune are to be found with you. This is really beautiful, and this circles back to my notes, my reflection of what the great and powerful Ursin Anipata shared in his beautiful, powerful HEKAU teaching today. Fate and fortune are to be found with you, Tehuti. This circles back to what I shared about. It was a beautiful, what we are getting in the House of Aten from our master teacher, Saba Tehuti, because of his connection to the Netaru and embodying Tehuti. This is our reparations. This is our inheritance. And this is our trust fund. And I'm having a very profound understanding and realignment with trust and loyalty. And I've been thinking about Alatamahu has "In God We Trust," and the Aku is on there, right? And I'm not going to talk too much about this because this is a class that you should be trying to get from our master teacher Saba Tehuti on money, but that's another story. But how I think about trust now and how I think about loyalty is connected to Ma'at now, and it's connected to the Netaru and the ancestors. If you're not in that energy, we can't really talk about trust, right? We can't talk about loyalty if it's not centered in Ma'at. And so, I'm just having this, I'm just waking up and my spiritual identity is being built. And so, Hennu to the Netaru and to the ancestors and to our master teacher Saba Tehuti, that we can relearn and we can really realign what we associate with some of these words. And this is helping us get out of the matrix, because and what God should I trust in that you're talking about on the dollar bill when you're appropriating the AKU and the MER and not giving credit, and the revenue that you're generating. Oh, here's the thing that I was thinking about, and I'm gonna be short. I just had to, this is deep inside of me, so I feel I'm in a safe space to share this. What happens if you take the AKU off the dollar bill? What happens to the economy is something that I'm something that's brewing inside of me that I want to know. And so maybe this is something that I need to figure out on my own, but I just wanted to share the power of our ancestors and the Netaru. So Hennu to you, great brother Ani Patah. You are a powerful follower of Maat. So many times we talk about leadership, but before you can get into leadership and be a teacher and a leader, you have to first be a follower and a student, and you are doing exactly that. So Hennu to you, Kes to you, great brother, and Kes to our master teacher, SCRIIBE TEHUTI, because what he's producing, he is on path, on charts to be more than I'll just say more than I could ever imagine. The producer of producer, the teacher of teachers. So I will end with that.
To our great brother Menkhu Ara, Meri Maat, for that. And that's a wonderful question you pose. You know, all the symbols, right? Even the United States logo, change it, you know. But yes, Hennu, great brother Menkhu Ara, to Atef Rim Kim Maat. Hotep, great brother. I know you missed the class, but do you have anything you want to say before we close out?
Yeah, great brothers. You know, I did miss the class, but I'm definitely looking forward to running it back. I got a long time to be here, about a week, so I'm definitely gonna check it out. And you know, I support you, brothers. I'm here with you, so Hotep, Hennu, and definitely looking forward to what you bring, because you know you're an excellent teacher, so definitely always support us. So I'm definitely gonna run it back and let you know my thoughts about great brother. But I already know it's excellent. We 4 hours and 28 minutes strong, so I already know. What's up? Peace and love to everybody in the chat. House of ATTON, come join us. Yeah, I'm going, not Crystal Cave, I think it's called Bridal Cave. Menkhu. There's so many caves I've seen, so many advertisements, but I think it's called Bridal, the one we know. But yeah, Hotep Maat, yeah, and I'm gonna end it with that, good brothers.
Okay, to our great brother, and as soon as I conclude, we'll let you close out with the affirmation. And let me show Nukpu sent in a support. He sent in 333 for Hennu, Neter, Ani, and Netert, Nefer Keperet, for Hennu, Ani, the Jed. To our great brother Nukpu for that. I know Nefer Keperet appreciates that as well. So two up for that lovely Medu and acknowledgement. So Hennu. All right. Yes. Everyone, this has been SCRIBAL Sessions. This is class number 6 to represent the HEKA, First Eye Magick, brought forth by PTAH ATEN TEHUTI. All right, Hennu, everyone. 2 out for your attention. Without your attention, this could never exist. I appreciate all of the great Meri who sends in support and helps to support us and keep us raised high so we can continue to bring forth these levels of classes and build and expand to allow people a gateway into the ancient Tehutian teachings of Natiru, into the true teachings of Maat. We're the only place that exists that is teaching exactly what the ancestors taught. So Hennu to all of you, Hennu to all of the great Kuru, all of the great members of the House of Aten. Join us. Come join us. When I unleash the website, you all will be able to, there will be 3 different tiers, and I'll go over that when I get ready. So looking forward to bringing forth so much more updates to you all and more just for you all to build on. So it's a beautiful thing. Hotep Hennu Ma'akeru, Sekim M Arit, Murder Ka'a, Semu Hatu Natiru, Pert in Hetep. I have obtained the power to do what pleases my Ka. May the hearts of the Natiru lead me. I come forth in peace. Hotep, everyone. 2 out for your support. And we'll let the great brother, Atefrem Kima'at, close us out with the affirmation.
Hotep, peace and love. From today's teachings, greeting. The only one who made himself into millions, whose expanse extends without limit, the powerful one who gave birth to himself, the Uraeus serpent, the realm of flames, the realm of magic, with mysterious forms, the mysterious Ba, who is shown reverence, king of the upper and lower Egypt, Amun-Ra. May he live, be safe and sound, who came into being by himself, horizontal one, Heru of the east, the rising one who illuminates the light, sunlight, who is more casual than the Natiru, Unkiyam Ma'at, an NS, Mentat Osat and Ma'at, Menhapapat and Ma'at, her Inhu Qe, her Iku. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Yeah, we're here and we're the best.
Yo, let's go.
Closed my eyes, then I woke up back in my bed. I could see my room as clear as looking through a lens. See, I thought I was awake, so then I tried to move, but my body shocked me like I was plugged in a socket. I started panicking and scrambling within my mental. I thought I died and now my body, I'm forever locked in. I was screaming, help me, someone help me please. But there wasn't any sound making it through my teeth. I could see movement in motion, shadows gather around me. How could I close my eyes already closed. Eating alkaline at this time, fasting reads so shocking. I was stuck in a paralysis, it had me froze. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed. I finally started waking up and coming back. I was in the opposite of state's effect. That's relaxed, I grabbed my phone and started to do research. Knowledge of what happened, I was in a lack. Insidious, the movie came direct to mind. Every time I've seen this, it was connected to what's not divine. Demons crawling forcefully, holding the body down. Ain't no point in trying to scream, you will not make a sound. Deep within, I knew I made that a reality. The all is mine, I saw it, and so shall it be. I start replacing fear with knowing universe is mental. Talking to my subconscious to wake me up in dreams. Then one day my spirit guides came in so essential. Daylight's astral playing loud in my dream helped to set me free. I'm back in paralysis laying on my couch. But this time I was calm, ready to exit out. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed. From what I read, I need to move my arms in front of me. See a rope and pull it, separate and then release. Now I'm out, I see my house is gleaming, I accept it. Looking in the mirror, staring at my car's reflection. I was so ecstatic, flying in every direction. This was months of subconscious reprogramming and redirection. Place my thoughts in my body, wake up, that's what I did. I was reborn from that day so I could start to live. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed.